Chapter 9:11. Seeing Lin Tian and the others directly step into the valley before them, the cultivators outside the valley were truly shocked, each and every one of them shocked. "This is really," someone trembled. Lin Tianyi and the others stepped into the valley. The surroundings were filled with thick fog. Even with their powerful divine senses, it was difficult to see far. This fog is really thick. Even with our current divine senses, we are actually affected by it. Bai Qiu mumbled. This is the bewildering void situation. The fog floating in this situation is not simple fog. It contains a very special power of the ley lines. Even the divine senses of a half-step enlightenment realm cultivator will be affected by it. Lin Tian said. Whooshing crocodile curled its lips. Why are you saying so much? You cultivate the dragon burial scripture and are now at the 6th heaven of the great Tao realm. Can't you deal with this fog? Hurry up and disperse it. Lin Tian glanced at it, but did not say anything. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread, and the surrounding fog quickly dispersed. Let's go. He walked at the front with steady steps. In fact, the cultivation of the group was not weak. After entering this valley, they did not worry about anything and continued forward. As they walked into the depths of the valley, the smell of blood soon appeared in the air. In front of them, more than 10 corpses were lying on the ground. Their bodies were penetrated beyond recognition, and blood flowed very far away. We stepped on the wrong place and caused some ley lines to appear. Lin Tiandao. He cultivated the dragon burial scripture and could see the cause of death of these people at a glance. The group knew that these corpses were the cultivators who had entered the valley before, so they did not pay much attention to them. Lin Tian continued to walk at the front and continued to walk into the depths. Not long after, they saw more corpses. They all died in a very miserable manner. Moreover, some of the corpses had traces of being bitten by wild beasts. The places where they were bitten had turned black. There seemed to be some evil demons and ferocious beasts in this valley. Whooshing crocodile said, "The momentum of heaven and earth can give birth to many things. Tao sources, artifacts, divine jades, evil spirits, and so on are all possible. It is very normal for evil demons to be born in such a bewildering void situation." Lin Tiandao. He didn't care. He called Shui Yi and the others and continued forward. Soon, they had traveled hundreds of feet. During this process, they saw even more corpses. Some of them died because they stepped on the wrong spot and triggered the earth vein to kill them. Some were killed by unknown creatures. There were also some that seemed to have been killed by other cultivators. Clearly, there was some kind of dispute. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from the front, mixed with the roar of wild beasts. As far as the eye could see, there was a thick fog floating in front of them. Dozens of demonic beasts with green eyes were charging at them. Their speed was very fast, and they seemed to be besieging a middle-aged man. That is, Lin Tian immediately narrowed his eyes and saw through the thick fog. The middle-aged man was the peak master of the Wuji Gates, Wuji Peak. Back then, the sect master of the Wuji Gate had sent this middle-aged man to help him secretly and saved his life from the powerhouses of the Shen family. It's him. Bai Qiu also recognized it. An acquaintance? Whooshing crocodile asked, "Is it the sect master of the Wuji Gate?" It's an acquaintance. He's also from the Wuji Gate, but he's not the sect master of the Wuji Gate. Lin Tian shook his head. He looked ahead. After so many years, the peak master of the Wuji Peak had become much stronger. Although he was far from being comparable to him, he had also entered the connecting immortal realm and was in the 2nd level of the connecting immortal realm. His strength was not weak. However, at this moment, facing the siege of dozens of strange demonic beasts, the peak master of the Wuji Peak seemed to be in a difficult situation. He had already suffered serious injuries. When he saw this, he didn't hesitate. He shook his right leg, and the dragon pattern spread out and quickly spread to the front. Boom! Suddenly, A gust of wind with the dragon pattern swept up, dispelling the thick fog around them. The surrounding environment suddenly became bright. At the same time, the dozens of demonic beasts that were besieging the peak master of the Wuji Peak were all sent flying dozens of feet away. The peak master of the Wuji Peak was shocked. He hurriedly looked back and saw Lin Tianyi and the others at a glance. His expression immediately changed. The pearl of the Bai family and Lin Tian. The peak master of the Wuji Peak didn't know Shui, but he knew Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. Both of them had cultivated in the Wuji Gate before. How could he not be shocked when he saw them at this moment? Especially when he stared at Lin Tian, he was most shocked because Lin Tian had made a name for himself in the second heaven. Moreover, Lin Tian had disappeared for many years. He didn't want to see him here. "Senior, how have you been?" Lin Tian greeted him with a smile. He had always remembered that the peak master of the Wuji Peak had saved his life under the order of the Wuji Gate master. Moreover, when he was in the Wuji Gate, the peak master of the Wuji Peak had never shown any malice to him. He even invited him to the peak master of the Wuji Peak to cultivate. "Hello, old man." Bai Qiu also greeted him. The peak master of the Wuji Peak stared at the two of them, his eyes full of shock. How did you? Roar!" At this moment, roars sounded, and dozens of demonic beasts attacked again. Their demonic eyes seemed even more terrifying. These demonic beasts were not simple. Cold auras interweaved around their bodies, causing the space here to be somewhat oppressive. Any one of them was no weaker than an ordinary early-stage immortal cultivator. The peak master of the Wuji Peak was moved again. Strands of divine light rushed out of his body, obviously preparing to use a great divine power. Lin Tian smiled slightly and took a step forward. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet interweaved and spread, transforming into many dragon pattern killing swords. Puff! 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 For a moment, blood fell like rain. Dozens of demonic beasts exploded at the same time, and all of them died in an instant. The peak master of the Wuji Peak was about to use the Wuji divine power of the Wuji Gate when he saw this scene. He saw Lin Tian's action just now and naturally knew that this was done by Lin Tian. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, the shock on his face became even stronger. One had to know that he was now at the second tier of the immortal realm. He had been fighting with these monsters for a long time and had been at a disadvantage. But now Lin Tian had killed all of them in an instant, as if he was cutting grass. Lin Tian walked over with a smile. "Senior, it's good that you're fine." As he spoke, he raised his right hand slightly, and a wisp of golden divine light flew out and directly entered the peak master of the Wuji Peak, causing his injuries to immediately heal at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was completely healed, and his face and divine sense became more ruddy. The peak master of the Wuji Peak, was even more shocked. At this moment, his injuries weren't heavy, but they weren't light either. If he were on his own, he would need at least a few hours to fully recover. But now Lin Tian had completely healed his injuries with a single ray of divine light. It was even to the extent that he felt like his essence, energy, and spirit had become even stronger. For a moment, his eyes widened. Lin Tianten smiled, looked at the peak master of the Wuji Peak, and said again, "Senior, have you found where the Wuji sect master is?" At this time, seeing the peak master of the Wuji Peak here, he knew very well that he must have come to the valley to find the Wuji sect master. The peak master of the Wuji Peak's eyes and face were filled with shock. He did not react to Lin Tian's words for a moment. "Hey, I'm asking you a question," the whooshing crocodile said. Its voice carried a trace of divine sense, which immediately shook the peak master of the Wuji Peak and made him much more clear-headed. This time, looking at Lin Tian again, the peak master of the Wuji Peak calmed down a lot. After taking a deep breath, he said, "I found some of the sect master's aura. He should be in front." As he spoke, the peak master of the Wuji Peak pointed to the southeast of the valley. along that direction. The fog was much thicker than other places. Okay, let's go now. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he asked the peak master of the Wuji Peak to go with him. This immediately stunned the peak master of the Wuji Peak. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "You're here for the sect master?" From Lin Tian's words and expression, the peak master of the Wuji Peak could easily sense Lin Tian's intentions. "Of course I'm here for your sect master." The Wuxing crocodile said, "Hurry up, we still have to go to other places." Halfway through, he heard that your sect master was trapped here, so he forcefully changed his direction and ran here. Hearing this, the peak master of the Wuji Peak looked at Lin Tian with a strange look in his eyes. Lin Tian glanced at the Wuxing crocodile, then looked at the peak master of the Wuji Peak and said with a faint smile, "A few years ago it was thanks to the sect master and senior's secret help. Otherwise, Lin Tian would have died at the hands of the Shin family." He didn't say anything directly, but he was sure that the Wuxing crocodile's words were true. He was here for the sect master of the Wuji Peak. The peak master of the Wuji Peak looked at Lin Tian with a strange look in his eyes, then sighed slightly. Back then, Lin Tian was forced to leave Wuji Gate. In the end, the Wuji Gate couldn't get away from the responsibility. After all, Lin Tian was a disciple of the Wuji Gate at that time, and he didn't do anything wrong. However, the Wuji Gate didn't protect him at all. After that, Lin Tian was chased by many forces after leaving Wuji Gate. The sect master of the Wuji Peak felt guilty, so he secretly asked him to help Lin Tianyi. However, he didn't expect that Lin Tianyi would remember this matter. Now that he heard that the sect master of the Wuji Peak was trapped in a dangerous place, he didn't hesitate to step in and help the sect master of the Wuji Peak. "Thank you. Thank you." He sighed and patted Lin Tian's shoulder lightly. Other than these two words, he really couldn't say anything else at this time. Lin Tian smiled lightly. "You're welcome. It's my duty. Senior, you don't have to be so polite." As he spoke, he opened his mouth again and said to the peak master of the Wuji Peak, "Senior, let's go." I hope the sect master of the Wuji Peak is also fine now. The peak master of the Wuji Peak was moved and nodded vigorously. Then, the group of people walked in the southeast direction of the valley that the peak master of the Wuji Peak had pointed out at the beginning. In the southeast area of the valley, the fog was much thicker than other places, and the interference to divine sense was more serious. However, with Lin Tian walking at the front, the fog did not affect them much. As Lin Tian walked forward, the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread out, and the thick fog around them instantly dispersed. The group of people walked in as if they were walking on flat ground. This shocked the peak master of the Wuji Peak again. He had been in the valley for quite some time, and he knew very well that the fog in the valley was very unusual. It almost covered the entire valley, and it was very difficult to disperse. However, now Lin Tian only took a simple step, and the fog actually dispersed as he walked past. This he was shocked and shocked. Lin Tian noticed the peak master of the Wuji Peak's expression, but he didn't care and continued to walk forward. Soon, 15 minutes passed, and they walked very far away. At this moment, a shocking wave of divine power came from ahead. This is the sect master's aura. The sect master is there. The peak master of the Wuji Peak was shocked, and at the same time he looked rather happy. P.S. The second update will be at around 20 p.m., and the third update will be at around 23:30 p.m. Chapter 9:12. Lin Tian naturally sensed the aura of the limitless sect master and immediately increased his speed slightly. Soon, the group crossed another 1,000 feet. In front of them, 10 middle-aged figures were fighting. It was not accurate to say that the 10 of them were fighting because 9 of them were attacking another person together. Boom! There, divine light intertwined. All kinds of secret techniques were displayed and divine power surged. Lin Tian looked from afar and recognized the 10 people at a glance. Among them, one of them was the limitless sect master, while the other 9 were the masters of the 9 sects, including the Xingu Taoism. The masters of the 9 sects were all in the immortal realm and were very powerful. At this time, their combined killing power was even more extraordinary, causing the limitless sect master to be in a sorry state. He was forced to retreat. Limitless sect master, I think you'd better hand over that thing, and we might consider letting you go. That's right. You should know very well that you can't stop the 9 of us alone. The 9 of them sneered. The limitless sect master was stained with blood. He held an immortal sword in his hand and faced them coldly. He didn't say anything, but the meaning in his expression was very obvious. He wouldn't give in. The 9 people's faces immediately darkened, and the killing intent in their eyes became stronger. You don't know what death is. The Xingu Taoism sect master's voice was cold as he stepped forward and charged over. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Who's the one who doesn't know what death is? Lin Tian made his move at this moment. The 5 words seemed to be mixed with an astonishing, offensive power. It was like a bolt of lightning falling from the sky, sending the true martial sect master flying with a bang. He walked forward calmly like an immortal king, followed by the Wuji Peak master, Shui, and the others. The true martial sect master was sent flying. The masters of the Green Flame immortal sect and the other sects looked up. When they saw Lin Tian, their expressions changed. Lin Tian, it's you. The Green Flame immortal sect master exclaimed in surprise. The limitless sect master was also shocked. Lin Tian had disappeared from the second heaven for several years. He didn't expect him to appear here. Lin Tian didn't pay attention to the masters of the 9 sects for the time being. He looked at the leader of the Wuji sect and slowly walked over with Shui. Elder, limitless sect master. He stepped forward and smiled. The limitless sect master had secretly sent the limitless peak master to save him, so he was very grateful. Now that he saw that the limitless sect master was safe and sound, he was relieved. Sect master, the leader of the Wuji Peak, also walked over. Seeing that the leader of the Wuji sect was still alive, he let out a long sigh of relief. Then he looked at Lin Tian and said to the leader of the Wuji sect, I heard that the leader of the Wuji sect was trapped. Lin Tian especially came to help. The limitless sect master was slightly moved. He looked at Lin Tian and sighed slightly. He opened his mouth and said, Thank you for your trouble. Seeing Lin Tian again, the limitless sect master had a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, Lin Tian was a disciple of the Wuji Gate and was extremely talented. However, he didn't protect Lin Tian because he was wary of the other sections. In the end, Lin Tian was forced to leave the Wuji Gate and was no longer a disciple of the Wuji Gate. This had always been a regret in his heart. Lin Tian shook his head and said politely, Elder, you're exaggerating. Back then, when I was chased by the various sects, I was indebted to you for secretly sending people to help me. If not, Lin Tian would have been dead long ago. Lin Tianyi will always remember this kindness in his heart. What? Limitless sect master, you secretly sent people to help this little bastard back then. You're so insidious. The Qingyan sect master and the others' expressions changed. They were all shocked when they heard this. At the same time, they stared at Lin Tian with murderous intent. I didn't kill you back then. Now, don't even think about living. Looking at Lin Tian, their gazes were as cold as swords. Back then, Lin Tian killed many people from the 9 great sections. In the end, he destroyed the main sect that represented the 9 great sects, causing the 9 great sects to become the laughingstock of the world for a long time. Their murderous intent toward Lin Tian was shockingly strong, and they wanted to kill Lin Tian at all times. Humph! Staring at these people, Bai Qiu snorted coldly. In fact, she really wanted to attack. However, because Lin Tian was also here, she didn't attack in the end. She felt that it was better for Lin Tian to do it. Lin Tian glanced at these people and looked at the limitless sect master. "Elder, may I ask why these people are attacking you?" He was slightly curious about why the leaders of the 9 great sects worked together to kill the limitless sect master. "They're snatching treasures. Didn't those bastards say that they wanted the limitless sect master to hand over something?" The whooshing crocodile pursed his lips. The limitless peak master stared at the leaders of the great sects warily while looking at the limitless sect master. "I found a 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower. They want to snatch it." The limitless sect master didn't hide it. Hearing the limitless sect master mention the 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light. The 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower was a unique plant that could allow a person at the 9th heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm to enter the Great Virtue Realm directly. Its magical effects were somewhat similar to the connate source of Tao. Of course, saying that it was similar to the connate Tao source was only referring to the fact that it could allow a 9th-stage Immortal Ascension cultivator to directly enter the Tao realm. The 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower did not have the other miraculous effects of increasing one's Tao perception and strengthening one's Tao laws that the connate Tao source had. Moreover, after entering the Great Virtue Realm with the help of the 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower, one would need to expend a lot of essence qi to consolidate one's cultivation base. However, the connate source of Tao didn't need to do that. Therefore, the difference between the two was still very big. Lin Tian glanced at the limitless sect master with his divine consciousness and discovered that the limitless sect master was already at the 9th heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. He instantly understood why the leaders of the 9 great sects would attack the limitless sect master. This was because with the limitless sect master's current cultivation base, he could directly enter the great Tao realm once he refined the 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower. Subsequently, the limitless immortal sect would have another great Tao realm expert. This would directly change the situation of the 10 great sections. The limitless immortal sect would firmly suppress the 9 great sections. Obviously, the leaders of the 9 great sects didn't want to see this happen. Therefore, they harbored evil intentions. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. A majestic force surged from afar. The true martial arts divine church's master, who had been sent flying by Lin Tian, stood up. "Lin Tian!" The man growled. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. At the same time, the leaders of the Green Flame Immortal Sect and the other great sects also looked at Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Kill him!" The sect master of Qinghua Taoism stared at Lin Tian. His voice was cold. For a moment, divine power surged around the bodies of the 9 people. At this moment, they all locked onto Lin Tian. They temporarily abandoned the limitless sect master. The 9 sects hated Lin Tian to the core. Holy **T, these little bastards are quite arrogant. The whooshing crocodile bared its teeth. It glanced at the leaders of the 9 great sections. They were all only at the Ascension Immortal Realm. At this moment, they actually wanted to kill Lin Tian. The sect master of Green Flame Immortal Sect and the others stared at the whooshing crocodile coldly. "Demon beast, you're courting death." The sect master of Purple Light said coldly. With a rumble, his body was filled with murderous intent. He directly held up a great technique and mercilessly suppressed the whooshing crocodile. The limitless sect master and the limitless peak master's expressions changed. They were about to attack. However, Lin Tian was faster than them. He shot out a ray of golden light with a flick of his finger. With a swoosh, the great technique of Qinghua Taoism was instantly destroyed. Then, the golden divine light did not slow down. It pierced through the head of the sect master of Purple Light like a bolt of lightning, causing the sect master of Purple Light to explode. Blood splattered all over the sky. What? Suddenly, except for Shui, Bai Qiu, the whooshing crocodile, and the black dragon, everyone's expression changed. He killed the sect master of Purple Light with one blow. The limitless peak master was shocked. Although he had already guessed that Lin Tian was very powerful, he did not expect him to be so powerful. He actually killed the sect master of Tsinghua Taoism with a flick of his finger. One should know that the sect master of Purple Light was currently at the ninth heaven of a mortal realm. At this moment, even the limitless sect master was shocked. His eyes could not help but flicker. At the same time, the sect master of Qingyan sect and the others were even more shocked. At first, when Lin Tian appeared and sent the sect master of real martial arts flying, they thought that Lin Tian had used some hidden technique to launch a sneak attack. Although they were surprised, they were not too surprised. However, at this moment, when they saw that Lin Tian had killed the sect master of Purple Light, they suddenly felt their hearts tremble. How is this possible? The sect master of Qingyan sect and the others stared at Lin Tian. Their eyes could not help but twitch. They could only feel a chill down their spines. Lin Tian looked at these people, his expression very calm. Back then, the 9 great sects took good care of me. Now that we meet here, it's really fate. I should return the favor. He smiled faintly. This time, when he returned to the second heaven, the 9 great sects and the Shin family had chased after him several times. It would be very easy for him to destroy them. However, he did not do so in the end. After all, so many years had passed. However, at this time, when he met the sect masters of the 9 great sects who had directly threatened to kill him, he naturally had to return the favor. He raised his right hand and pointed it at the Shinga Taoism's sect master. At this moment, a golden divine light shot out. With a whoosh, the golden divine light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the sect master of real martial arts. Before the sect master of real martial arts could react, it directly pierced through his forehead, bringing out a string of bright red blood. Suddenly, the sect master of real martial arts' eyes dimmed. His body was intact, but he fell straight to the ground. His life aura instantly disappeared without a trace. For a moment, the place became dead silent. The powerful sect master of real martial arts was killed with a single blow. You, the sect master of Qingyan sect, and the others were shocked. 2 blows, 1 blow each, killed the sect master of Purple Light and the sect master of real martial arts. What kind of strength was this? Could it be that you have already entered the Great Path Realm? The sect master of Beiheng's sect said in a trembling voice. The sect master of Purple Light and the sect master of real martial arts were now at the 9th heaven of immortal ascension. It was impossible for even a half-step Great Path expert to kill the 2 of them with a raise of his hand. Only the existence of the Great Path Realm had such strength. Great Path Realm. How is it possible? How long has he been cultivating? The sect master of Shenyang Immortal Sect was shocked. The sect master of Qingyan sect and the other sect masters were also terrified. At this time, all of them were shocked. Even the sect master of Wuji sect and peak master of Wuji sect were shocked. They could not help but tremble. The way they stared at Lin Tian changed again and again. Lin Tian smiled and did not say anything. He just raised his hand again and aimed at the sect master of Qingyan sect. What do you want, Puff? Lin Tian pointed his finger. The golden divine light flashed and disappeared. It directly pierced through the sect master of Qingyan sect's chest, causing him to explode with a puff. Chapter 913. Blood splattered in the air. Other than Shui Yi and Bai Qiu, everyone else was shocked. The Wuji Peak Master was dumbfounded. What level of combat strength did he possess to kill a sect master of the immortal reaching sect with a flick of his finger? What level of cultivation did he have? On the opposite side, the sect masters of the Black Sun sect and the other sects couldn't help but tremble. Such combat strength terrified them. They stared at Lin Tian. Other than the word they couldn't say anything else. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He flicked his finger again, and another golden light flew out, slashing at the sect master of the Black Sun sect. With a puff, the sect master of the Black Sun sect exploded and died. Instantly, only 5 of the sect masters of the 9 sects were left. They all stared at Lin Tian, trembling. The sect master of the Kangluo Immortal sect pointed at Lin Tian and couldn't help but shout in a trembling voice, You must have taken a forbidden pill. That must be it. Otherwise, how could you have such combat strength in just a few years? Lin Tian looked at the other party. He did not say anything else, merely raising his hand and sending out a beam of golden light. In the blink of an eye, it entered the other party's chest, causing him to shatter with a poof. Instantly, only the sect master of the Northern Heng sect, the immortal master of the Rui Immortal Palace, the sect master of the Golden Feather Immortal sect, and the pavilion master of the Windless Immortal Pavilion were left. The 4 of them were shocked, and their eyes were filled with fear. The Purple Light sect master, the True Martial sect master, the Azure Flame sect master, the Black Sun sect master, and the Kangluo sect master, the 5 great figures of the 9th heaven of the immortal reaching realm, couldn't even block one of Lin Tian's fingers. How is this possible? The sect master of the Northern Hung sect trembled. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian again. The sect master of the Northern Hung sect and the other 3 were completely shrouded in fear. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the 4 and said, Didn't you say you wanted to kill Kid Lin? Why are you trembling now? Hearing this, the 4 of them trembled again. When Lin Tian first appeared, the masters of the 9 great sects all declared that they must kill Lin Tian this time and not let Lin Tian escape again. But now, Lin Tianyi had killed 5 of them with just 1 finger. How could this scene be compared to what they had said at the beginning? He had lost all face. Apart from being humiliated, what they felt more than anything else was still one word: fear. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, the 4 of them paled and involuntarily retreated, trembling as they did so. There's no need to retreat. Today you have no way out. Lin Tiandao. His voice was very calm. With a flick of his finger, another beam of golden light flew out and pierced through the forehead of the Northern Great Heaven Sect's hierarch. With a thud, the sect leader of the Northern Hung sect fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear. The color of his life disappeared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing left of him. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 sect masters left. The Wuji Peak master was dumbfounded. At this moment, he could only feel a buzzing sound in his head. He was completely stunned. 6 of the sect masters of the 9 great sects were killed in the blink of an eye. Even the Wuji sect master trembled slightly. He was deeply shocked by Lin Tian's combat strength. The 3 sect masters who were still alive were even more terrified. With a scream of terror, they all flew into the distance. Lin Tian looked at the 3 of them. The dragon inscriptions on the soles of his feet spread out and rushed in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. The 3 of them were sent flying back and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Instantly, the 3 of them became even more terrified. Lin Tian. No, fellow Taoist Lin. Fellow Taoist Lin, please let us go. We promise we won't make things difficult for you in the future. The sect master of the Golden Feather Immortal sect said in a trembling voice. Make things difficult? Whooshing Crocodile could not help but laugh out loud. Even if you were 10 times stronger, you still wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Tian's finger. Now you're saying you won't make things difficult for Lin Tian in the future? Do you think you have a heavenly master behind you? The sect master of the Golden Feather sect and the other 2 trembled again. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their faces were flushed red. Fellow Taoist Lin, please let us go. As long as you let us go, we'll do anything for you in the future. As long as you don't kill us, we'll follow your lead in the future. Yes, as long as you let us live, we're willing to follow your lead in the future. The 3 of them quickly said. As the saying went, it was better to live than to die a good death. The three of them did not want to die. Lin Tian looked at the three of them and shook his head without saying anything. He raised his hand, and the sword light flickered between his fingers. Seeing his action, the three of them knew what he was going to do. They were all terrified. Lin clang. The ear-piercing sound of swords intertwined, and three sword lights slashed down. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the sect master of the Golden Feather sect and the other two exploded at the same time. They were all dead. At this point, the sect masters of the 9 great sects were all killed. The peak master of the Wuji sect trembled. He stared at the blood around him and said, This. The masters of the 9 sects had all been killed here. He felt a chill down his spine. He could imagine that in the near future, there would be a big shock in this region. Although it was far less than the destruction of the Taishan Holy Land and the other 2 forces, it was enough to make this region boil. Thinking of this, he was suddenly shocked again. He looked at Lin Tian in horror and could not help but ask, Taishan, the Wantong sect, and the Li family, are they? The Taishan Holy Land, the Wantong Holy Land, and the ancient Li family all had great enmity with Lin Tian. Now, not long after the Taishan Holy Land, the Wantong Holy Land, and the ancient Li family were annihilated, Lin Tian appeared. Moreover, he had the battle prowess to kill a 9th heaven-reaching immortal realm expert with a flick of his finger. This made the Wuji Peak Master have no choice but to link the annihilation of the 3 factions to Lin Tian. Hearing this, even the Wuji Sect Master was shocked. Obviously, he knew what the Wuji Peak Master was thinking at this time. He could not help but look at Lin Tian in shock. However, the next moment, he frowned slightly because, according to the observation of some older cultivators, the 3 forces that had been passed down from the ancient times were not destroyed by the same person. He destroyed the Li family, and the Taishan Holy Ground and the Wantong Holy Ground were destroyed by his friend. Wuxing Crocodile was a blabbermouth. The Wuji Sect Master and the Wuji Peak Master trembled fiercely. The destruction of the 3 superforces was really related to Lin Tian. Lin Tian destroyed the ancient Li family, and Lin Tian's friend destroyed the Taishan Holy Ground and the Wantong Holy Ground. This, the Wuji Peak Master was even more shocked. Except for the word this, he really couldn't spit out any other word. Lin Tian glanced at Wuxing Crocodile, but he didn't care about it. This kind of thing was not a big deal. Not to mention that the Wuji Sect Master and the Peak Master were not the kind of people who would casually reveal this kind of thing. Even if they revealed it and let the entire second heaven know about it, what did it matter? In this heaven, who could do anything to him? He didn't say anything. It wasn't until dozens of breaths later that the Wuji Sect Master and the Peak Master calmed down a little. The Wuji Sect Master sighed and looked at Lin Tian Dao. Genius and monster, it seems to be a little superficial to use these words to describe you now. It had only been a few years, but Lin Tian could already destroy a super force like the ancient Li family. How terrifying! Really? The Peak Master also sighed and thought for a while, but he really couldn't say anything else. Lin Tianten smiled and told the 2 not to think too much. Then he looked at the Wuji Sect Master and said, There's no time like the present. Senior, why don't you refine the 9-leaf Dao manifestation flower here? I will protect you. The Wuji Sect Master was stunned when he heard that. Then a glint flashed across his eyes. He nodded heavily and said to Lin Tian, Thank you for your trouble. At this point, he was 100% sure that Lin Tian had definitely entered the Great Virtue Realm. Moreover, he had far surpassed the initial stage of the Great Virtue Realm. This was because, from the way the Wuxing Crocodile said that Lin Tian had destroyed the Li family, it seemed like Lin Tian didn't use much effort when he destroyed the Li family. It was as if he could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. At this time, it was definitely a rare opportunity for such a powerful Lin Tian to protect him and refine the 9-leaf Dao manifestation flower. He didn't hesitate and directly took out a treasure flower. This treasure flower had 9 petals, and each petal had strange patterns that intertwined like blood vessels. It emitted an extremely rich fragrance. That's right. This is indeed the nine-leaf Tao manifestation flower. The whooshing crocodile said casually. An old monster like him had seen many things and naturally recognized something like the nine-leaf Tao manifestation flower. To him, who had refined the connate source of Tao, he naturally didn't care much about a nine-leaf Tao manifestation flower now. It was like an emperor-level expert seeing a sacred weapon. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit of emotion. Seeing his casual attitude, the Wuji Peak Master and the Wuji Sect Master couldn't remain calm. From the whooshing crocodile's gaze, they felt that the whooshing crocodile seemed to treat the nine-leaf Tao manifestation flower as a weed by the roadside. Could it be a great virtue realm demon venerable? The Wuji Sect Master suddenly thought of something. The Wuji Peak Master was also moved. He looked at the whooshing crocodile and had the same thought as the Wuji Sect Master. Lin Tian naturally understood what the two of them were thinking, but he didn't say anything. "Senior, let's begin." He looked at the Wuji Sect Master and said. The Wuji Sect Master immediately came back to his senses. After thanking him again, he sat down cross-legged on the spot and activated the Wuji Sect's legacy cultivation method to refine the nine-leaf Tao manifestation flower. In an instant, the nine-leaf Tao manifestation flower shattered under his powerful divine force, and it transformed into strands of pure mist that swiftly entered his body, causing his aura to instantly rise greatly. Lin Tian looked at the Wuji Sect Master and made a move at the right time. He swept out a large patch of golden light that enveloped the Wuji Sect Master. The golden light contained his great Tao precepts. It helped the Wuji Sect Master better organize his divine power and comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! At that moment, a powerful force rushed out of the Wuji Sect Master's body and caused a small hurricane to form. The next moment, the Wuji Sect Master opened his eyes and quickly stood up. He stared at his hands with unconcealable excitement in his eyes. He turned around and bowed seriously to Lin Tian. "Thank you." After refining the nine-leaf Tao manifestation flower, he had stepped into the great Tao realm from the ninth heaven of immortal ascension. During this process, he could clearly feel Lin Tian's divine power and Tao precepts entering his body and guiding him forward. It was precisely because of this that he could break through to the great Tao realm so quickly and smoothly. Moreover, his current great Tao realm cultivation base was very solid. It could be said that this was a great favor. "You're welcome." Lin Tiantan smiled and gestured to the Wuji Sect Master not to worry. To him, this was just a small matter. At this moment, the Wuji Peak's Master naturally sensed the changes in the Wuji Sect Master. He knew that the Wuji Sect Master had stepped into the great Tao realm. He was extremely agitated and thanked Lin Tian repeatedly. Now that the Wuji Sect Master had stepped into the great Tao realm, Wuji Gate had a great Tao realm expert. This meant a lot to the Wuji Gate. "All right, we've saved him and broken through the great Tao. It's time to go," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and said to Shui Yi and Bai Qiu. Then he looked at the Wuji Sect Master and the Wuji Peak Master. "Seniors, let's go out now." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked at the front, heading back the way he came. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he stopped in his tracks. He tilted his head slightly and looked deeper into the valley. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 9:14. Lin Tian looked into the depths of the valley, his eyes shining brightly. At this time he felt a very shocking fluctuation of spirit qi in the depths of the valley. It gathered and did not dissipate. "Let's go into the depths," he said. "What are we going to do?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. "Dig for treasures," Lin Tian said casually. He did not say anything else, nor did he deliberately avoid the limitless Sect Master and Peak Master. He called Shui, Bai Qiu, and the others and walked straight into the depths of the valley. The limitless Sect Master and Peak Master looked at each other. They did not hesitate and followed him. This valley occupied a very large area, and the earth-vein fog covered the entire valley. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog became, and the more it interfered with their divine sense and vision. Lin Tian walked at the front. As the dragon vein pattern under his feet spread, the fog dispersed wherever he went. Roar! A roar came from the front, and a green-eyed monster rushed out, pouncing over. This was a beast with red fur all over its body. Its teeth were as sharp as saws, and there was a fierce look in its eyes. Lin Tian did not change his pace. The dragon vein pattern vibrated and released a dense divine light, killing this monster in an instant. This was just a small interlude, and it was not a big deal. The group continued to follow Lin Tian into the depths of the valley. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. A pile of crimson stones appeared in front of them. The stones were very messy, but there were many spirit herbs and precious medicines growing around it. The youngest was 500 years old, and there were even immortal medicines that were more than 1,000 years old. They were treasures even for immortal experts. It's not simple down there. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. To be able to make so many spirit herbs and precious medicines grow on the ground. This place was definitely an extraordinary spiritual land. In other words, the spiritual power underground was very strong. Lin Tian nodded. He raised his hand and grabbed all the spirit herbs and precious medicines around the pile of stones. There were dozens of them. There were spirit herbs for tempering one's body, immortal medicines for nurturing one's divine sense, and immortal medicines for increasing one's blood qi. They were all very valuable. He put these things away and looked underground. He didn't do anything else and just stood there quietly. Then, dense dragon patterns spread out from the soles of his feet and quickly disappeared into the underground world. A moment later, a faint light appeared in his eyes. "What did you find?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. "Spirit vein, immortal vein, Lingjing, immortal Lingjing." Lin Tiandao. He sank into the ground with the dragon patterns. In the underground world that was about 1,000 feet deep, he saw dozens of intertwined spirit veins. There were even 11 flawless immortal veins inside. At the same time, there were many Lingjing and immortal Lingjing near the spirit veins and immortal veins. Spirit veins, immortal veins, Lingjing, immortal Lingjing, all of them. As powerful cultivators, they clearly knew about these 4 things. When they heard Lin Tian say that there were such things underground, they couldn't help but be surprised. "Dig," Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian Wei nodded slightly and asked everyone to back away. Then, the dragon patterns that spread out from the soles of his feet became stronger. Buzz. The dragon patterns turned into light and quickly disappeared into the ground, completely enveloping the space within 100 feet, causing the light to become hazy. In the next moment, Lin Tian raised his hand and displayed a towering heaven sword aura. At the same time, he used the dragon technique to cause the ground to crack open. Suddenly, an extremely powerful spirit qi surged out. It was shockingly dense. Through the big crack that Lin Tian created, the group looked into the distance. At this time, even with the naked eye, they could see 11 immortal veins and dozens of spirit veins underground. At the same time, there were also a lot of Lingjing and immortal Lingjing. Not to mention the spirit veins and immortal veins. The combined amount of Lingjing and immortal Lingjing here is about 1 million kilograms of ordinary Lingjing. Whooshing Crocodile said, "That's about right." Bai Qiu nodded. Shui Yi stood at the side and was not surprised. She had seen many immortal veins in the Emergence Dao sect, and she had seen many Lingjing as well. However, the Wuji sect master and the Wuji peak master were a little shocked. They had never seen so many immortal veins and Lingjing. "It's not a small harvest," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and smiled faintly. The immortal veins, Lingjing, and immortal Lingjing here were not very useful to him now. However, he wanted to return to the first level of heaven, where the burning sun sect and the valley of the harp were. One was the sect where his master was, and the other was where Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and Sushu cultivated. They were all equally important. These things could be brought back as the foundation of the two sections. He circulated the dragon burial scripture even faster. Dragon marks intertwined and turned into a net of light that enveloped the 11 immortal veins. Then he used the dragon technique again and directly compressed the 11 immortal veins into 11 small dragons that were about an inch long. He grabbed them. The Wuji sect master and the Wuji peak master were shocked. The 11 immortal veins were actually refined into 11-inch-long dragons, so easily. This method shocked them once again. Lin Tian wrapped the 11 immortal veins that had turned into small dragons with dragon patterns and put them away. Then he made another move. The dragon patterns transformed into a huge hand and grabbed the Lingjing, an immortal Lingjing, from the ground. After a slight calculation, it was worth about 1 million caddies of Lingjing. Not bad, he muttered to himself. Then he took out about 50,000 caddies of Lingjing and handed it to the Wuji sect master. Senior, please accept it. 50,000 caddies of Lingjing was not much, but to a sect like the Wuji sect, it was definitely a great treasure. The Wuji sect master was shocked at first. Then he shook his head. I can't accept it. His expression was very determined. Lin Tian came here to save him and the Wuji peak master and guided him into the great Tao realm. It was already a great favor. Now, how could he accept other treasures? Seeing that the Wuji sect master refused firmly, Lin Tian did not say anything more. He put away all the Lingjing and immortal Lingjing. For a time, the spiritual energy here became much weaker. Let's go. We can really leave now, he said. Then the group went back along the path they came from. Soon they were very far away. At this time, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in this space. Strong winds swept up, and there was even the sound of killing. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging. At the same time, it was difficult to distinguish the direction, and at the same time, it made one's heart palpitate. This place is a little strange. It's easy to enter, but it's very difficult to leave. We can't walk out. Moreover, from time to time, there will be strange killing lights rushing up from the ground. It's impossible to guard against. The Wuji Peak Master said. He had been here for several days, and he had seen many cultivators who had entered trying to rush out. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Some cultivators were even struck to death by the strange killing lights from time to time. It's fine. Lin Tiandao, living in this space, the buzzing and strong winds in the space were caused by the maze void layout. It was nothing to him. The dragon patterns under his feet spread, and in the blink of an eye, the buzzing and strong winds were dispersed. Even though the Wuji Peak Master had seen Lin Tian's various miraculous techniques before, he still could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. On the other hand, the Wuji sect master beside him was much better. Now that he had stepped into the great Tao realm, he could already move freely in this place without being affected. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. He led the way in front, dispelling the fog along the way. Soon he walked out of the valley. Someone came out. There were many cultivators outside the valley. When they saw someone walk out of the valley, they immediately revealed strange expressions. Over the past few days, many people had entered the valley. However, after so many days, this was the first time someone had walked out alive. However, when these people saw who walked out, they could not help but be shocked. Because among them, the person walking at the front was Lin Tian, who had entered the valley not long ago. The many cultivators who entered the valley before did not walk out after so many days. They were all trapped inside. However, not long after he entered, he actually walked out intact. The Bai family's Ming Zhu and the others who went in with him are all safe and sound. Also, That's the master of Wuji Gate and the Wuji Peak master of Wuji Gate. The cultivators were all shocked. When the cultivators of the 9 great sects saw the Wuji sect master walk out with Lin Tian, they all anxiously looked toward the edge of the valley, hoping to see the master of their sect appear. However, in the end they were all disappointed. They did not even see the shadow of the master of their sect. Some of the disciples and successors of Wuji Gate were pleasantly surprised. They all went up to greet them. Sect master, peak master. These disciples of Wuji Gate bowed to the Wuji sect master and the Wuji peak master. At the same time, they also looked at Lin Tian carefully. They all looked very respectful. The Limitless sect leader nodded at the group of disciples. Then he looked at Lin Tian and sincerely thanked him again. This time we've really troubled you. Otherwise, he glanced at the disciples of the 9 great sects and didn't continue speaking. This made the cultivators here shocked again. The Wuji sect master walked out at this time, but he actually thanked Lin Tiandao with a very solemn expression. How did he help the Wuji sect master? The Wuji sect master has been trapped here for a few days. After he entered the valley, he came out with the Wuji sect master. Could it be? He heard the news that the Wuji sect master was trapped and specially came to help the Wuji sect master. Some of the cultivators looked at Lin Tian in shock. Some of them could not help but whisper to each other. Back then, wasn't he forced to leave Wuji Gate? Why would he risk his life for the Wuji sect master and the Wuji peak master? Some people whispered softly. Lin Tian heard these people's discussion, but he did not care. He said to the Wuji sect master, "Senior, you're welcome." Then he said again, "Then we'll take our leave now. We have to go somewhere else." The Wuji sect master originally wanted to invite Lin Tian to Wuji Gate to rest as a guest. However, seeing that Lin Tian really had to go somewhere else and did not want to delay, the Wuji sect master did not say anything. After thanking Lin Tian again, he said goodbye to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Take care." Then he rose into the air with Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, and the others. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. P.S. When I woke up this morning, my right thumb hurts. I can only use my left thumb to hit the space bar. I'm not used to it. I woke up at 8 in the morning to write until now. I only finished this chapter. I'm going to the hospital for a checkup now. The second chapter will probably be very late. Everyone, please forgive me. Chapter 9:15. Hearing the 5 elements crocodile's words, Lin Tian was speechless. This is wisdom. It has nothing to do with the art of controlling women. He said with a dark face. The 5 elements crocodile looked at him with a mocking expression. Yes, it's wisdom. A very powerful art of controlling women. Lin Tian's face became even darker. He wanted to beat it up right there and then. In the end, he could not be bothered with it and walked forward. Soon, he arrived at the small building in the southeast of the Zither Valley. The small building was simple and the air was fresh. He was very familiar with this place. He walked in with the 5 elements crocodile and the black flood dragon, found a room and rested. The bright moon hung in the sky. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, when the sun rose, Lin Tian walked out of the small building with the 5 elements crocodile and the black flood dragon. The Zither Valley was already much livelier. He immediately saw Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the other girls. At this time, although Shui Yi and Bai Qiu were still a bit nervous, they were much better than yesterday. The atmosphere between the girls was quite good and warm. He smiled. Seeing that the girls were talking about something, he did not disturb them. He felt that it was better to wait for them to get along. Immediately, he brought the 5 elements crocodile and the black flood dragon to other places, taking them around the valley. Just like that, another day passed quickly. The 4 girls' personalities were quite good, together with Lin Shi's presence. The atmosphere was very harmonious. They were getting along very well. Lin Tian saw this. When he walked out, he called the girls in front of him. Little Shi, little Shu, come and cultivate. Break through to the celestial connecting level," he said with a smile. Now, Ji-yu had already entered the celestial connecting level. Su Shu and Lin, she were still a bit behind. The former was at the 9th tier of the airborne realm, while the latter was at the 6th tier. He decided to use spirit crystals to let Lin Shi and Su Shu cultivate and directly charge into the celestial connecting level. The celestial connecting level isn't that easy. I've been stuck at the 9th tier of the airborne realm for a long time. Su Shu muttered. Lin Shi also said, "That's right, brother. I've only cultivated to the 6th tier of the airborne realm. I'm still far from the celestial connecting level." "It's okay. I have a way." Lin Tian smiled. He found a quiet place in the Zither Valley and directly took out 40,000 kilograms of spirit crystals and piled them on the ground. In an instant, dense spirit energy interweaved, turning the space into a small spiritual domain. The density of the spirit energy was astonishing. This caused Ji-yu, Su Shu, and Lin Shi to be shocked. It was the first time they had felt such dense spirit energy. This is a spirit crystal. It's an amalgamation of pure spirit energy. It can be used to raise one's cultivation level, and it can also be used for other purposes. Bai Qiu explained softly. Su Shu and Lin Shi's eyes widened, feeling very surprised. "I think I've seen descriptions of this in ancient books. However, I've never seen the real thing," Ji-yu said. Lin Tian chuckled. Then he let Su Shu and Lin Shi sit cross-legged in the pile of spirit crystals. Now, Ji-yu was already at the 2nd tier of the immortal connecting realm. She didn't need spirit crystals to break through for now. After all, even if he had several times more spirit crystals, it wouldn't be enough for Ji-yu to step into the great Tao realm. Relying on spirit crystals to raise Ji-yu's cultivation level by 2 or 3 minor levels was meaningless. "Go," Lin Tian said to Su Shu and Lin Shi. Su Shu and Lin Shi didn't hesitate. They hurriedly sat cross-legged in the pile of spirit crystals and began cultivating. Wong. In an instant, dense light enveloped the two of them, causing their auras to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. More than 20 kilograms of spirit crystals had been used up. Boom! At this time, Su Shu's body emitted a powerful fluctuation, which created a shocking hurricane in the surroundings. She opened her eyes and stood up joyfully. At this time, she had advanced from the 9th heaven of soaring to the 1st heaven of a mortal connecting realm. The spiritual ether in her body had also turned into divine power, making her look even more beautiful. Dong! It was also at this moment that the sky trembled. Thick clouds rolled over and covered the entire Zither Valley. In an instant, the disciples of the Zither Valley were shocked. It looks like a heavenly tribulation, who in our Zither Valley has broken through to the immortal connecting realm. Many disciples of the Zither Valley were shocked. Even the Zither Valley master, Yu Wushuang, was shocked. She looked at the jet-black lightning in the sky with a shocked expression. Dong! Thunder rumbled and rolled. The oppressive aura intertwined in all directions. At this time, Su Shu's body was surrounded by electric arcs. She looked at the heavenly tribulation in the sky and trembled slightly. She had seen Ji-yu and Yu Wushuang's heavenly tribulation before. It was extremely terrifying. Su Shu, go outside the Zither Valley to undergo the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian said. He then looked at Bai Qiu and said, "You go and protect her." Heavenly tribulation was synonymous with destruction. It did not care about people's feelings. If an accident happened, the consequences would be unbearable. Yes. All right. Su Shu and Bai Qiu nodded at the same time. Su Shu flew into the air and was at the very front. She soon arrived at an old forest outside the Zither Valley. Bai Qiu arrived at the same time and stood in the air at the edge of the old forest. He was ready to lend a hand if Su Shu was in danger. Dong! Immediately, thunder rumbled and the heavenly tribulation struck. Su Shu did not dare to be careless and quickly blocked it with all her might. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the Zither Valley disciples, and they were all surprised. It's little junior sister, Sue. This little junior sister, Sue, has entered the immortal connecting realm too. Amazing! The disciples of the Zither Valley were shocked. Yu Wushuang saw this scene too and could not help but be shocked. Then she suddenly noticed the direction where Lin Tian and the others were. She was shocked when she saw Lin Shi appear in a pile of treasured crystals that were filled with spiritual energy. She paused and gradually recognized the spiritual crystals beside Lin Shi. The shock on her face became even more intense. Just like Ji Yu, she had only seen the description of such precious items in ancient books. She had never seen the real thing before, so she was naturally shocked when she saw it now. The next moment, her gaze landed on Lin Tian. Naturally, she knew that Lin Tian had brought them back. This little guy, he's really... She did not know what to say as she stared at Lin Tian. In the distance, Lin Tian noticed Yu Wushuang, but he did not pay attention to her for now. His gaze landed on Lin Shi. He was not worried about Su Shu's tribulation outside the Zither Valley at all, because Baiqiu could definitely protect Su Shu from harm. After all, Baiqiu was already at the fourth heaven of the Great Tao. He could crush the great immortal connecting realm with just a lift of his hand. Ji Yu, on the other hand, looked outside the Zither Valley worriedly. She knew how terrifying such a tribulation was, as she had experienced it herself. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Lin Tian smiled. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Lin Shi again. At this moment, light intertwined around Lin Shi's body. His aura was rising bit by bit, and he had already entered the eighth heaven of airborne flight. Just like that, 15 minutes passed quickly. Dong! Outside the Zither Valley, the last heaven's tribulation descended. Su Shu had relied on herself to pass the heaven's tribulation perfectly and had truly reached the illuminating immortal realm. The disciples of the Zither Valley witnessed the scene. For a moment, they were both envious and happy. Our Zither Valley now has 3 illuminating immortals. Someone said excitedly. Su Shu had passed the heaven's tribulation and was bathed in the 7-colored auspicious clouds. Then she returned to Lin Tian and the rest with Baiqiu. Sit here and use the spiritual crystals here to consolidate your realm. Lin Tian smiled. Su Shu nodded, unable to hide her excitement. However, she quickly sat down with her legs crossed. After taking a look at Lin Shi, she closed her eyes and activated her mental cultivation method, using the spiritual crystals here to consolidate her cultivation. Lin Tian nodded in his heart and took a look at her. Then his gaze landed on Lin Shi. Wang. Inside Lin Shi's body, there were spots of light. Both his aura and cultivation were rising. Just like that, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After 6 hours, a strong aura rushed out of Lin Shi's body. Just like Su Shu, he had entered the illuminating immortal realm. Dong! Immediately, the heavens' tribulation descended. Dark clouds rolled over, and an oppressive aura quickly intertwined in every corner of the Zither Valley. This caused the disciples of the Zither Valley to be shocked again. Someone broke through to the illuminating immortal realm again. Is it one of the elders? Many girls stared with their eyes wide open. It had not been long since the last heaven's tribulation, and someone actually triggered it again. At this moment, Lin Shi's body was shrouded in light. Electric arcs intertwined and crackled. Xiaoxi, go outside. Big brother will accompany you. Lin Tian smiled. He wanted to personally protect Lin Shi during the heaven's tribulation. Lin Shi was naturally happy. He nodded seriously and flew out of the Zither Valley. This shocked the disciples of the Zither Valley quite a bit. They did not expect that the person who triggered the great immortal ascension tribulation at this time would be Lin Shi. One had to know that when they saw Lin Shi the day before, he was only at the ascending Sky Tier 6. How could he have broken through so quickly? However, in the next moment, when they saw Lin Tian, who was not far behind Lin Shi, they immediately understood. It was senior brother Lin Tian who helped me break through, a female disciple said. This senior brother Lin Tian actually helped Lin Shi cross from the ascending Sky Tier 6 to the Immortal Ascension realm in such a short period of time. So amazing. He's like a god. Exactly. This junior sister Su Shu's breakthrough to the Immortal Ascension realm was probably also thanks to senior brother Lin Tian's help. Senior brother Lin Tian is too powerful. Yeah. Inside the Zither Valley, many female disciples looked at Lin Tian with shock and admiration. At this time, Lin Shi had already arrived at the old forest outside the Zither Valley. Dong! In an instant, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the heavens' tribulation pressed down. This heavens' tribulation lasted for half an hour. Then, like Su Shu, Lin Shi passed the Immortal Ascension tribulation on his own. Not bad. Lin Tian praised. He brought Lin Shi back to Ji Yu and the rest. Lin Shi was also very happy. After all, he had entered the Immortal Ascension realm. After that, he asked Lin Shi to sit down and use the spiritual crystals to stabilize his cultivation. After another hour, Lin Shi stood up. His cultivation of the first tier of the Immortal Ascension realm was completely stabilized, and there were still some spiritual crystals left of the 40,000 kilograms. In an instant, Lin Shi was clearly happier. Su Shu was also slightly excited. Ji Yu and the rest were happy for them. Lin Tian smiled and looked at Ji Yu, Su Shu, and Lin Shi. All right, now, I will teach you the cultivation method after the Immortal Ascension realm. As he spoke, the space between his brows flickered. Each of them sent a ray of divine consciousness into Ji Yu, Su Shu, and Lin Shi Sea of Consciousness. At the same time, he also sent a ray of divine consciousness into Shui Ye's Sea of Consciousness. This is the Medicine Encyclopedia. It's the flawless ancient scripture of one of the 9 celestial venerables, the Master Apothecary. I have looked through it in detail before, and it is very suitable for your cultivation. Ji Yu and the rest's cultivation method could only be cultivated to the peak of the levitation realm. After entering the Immortal Ascension realm, they would need a more suitable cultivation method. Although Shui Ye's cultivation method was not bad, it could not be compared to a celestial venerable's cultivation method. Hence, he naturally taught it to them. As for Bai Qiu, she had previously obtained the complete ancient Taiyuan scripture. It was also an extremely powerful celestial venerable's cultivation method. She did not need any other cultivation method. Most importantly, the ancient Taiyuan scripture was perfectly compatible with her origin. It could maximize her potential. Chapter 9:16. It had already been a long time since Lin Tian left the first heaven. Several years had passed. Now, Lin Shi had grown up, she had also grown taller. From the tender little girl of several years ago, she had become a slender and elegant young lady, her face like jade. Lin Tian looked at Lin Shi and suddenly became happy. He couldn't help laughing. She's grown up? Our little, she has grown up into a beautiful girl. For so many years, he has been fighting in the upper heavens, but he has never been as happy as he is now. For him, Lin Shi is simply his heart and soul. Even now, he can still remember the scene when he first came to this world. When the 8-year-old little Lin Shi carried a stool to the stove and cooked for him. He can also remember the scene of little Lin Shi washing clothes for him. Those scenes seemed to be right in front of him. Big brother almost didn't recognize you. Lin Tian looked at Lin Shi with a smile, wiped the tears from the corners of Lin Shi's eyes, and tidied up Lin Shi's somewhat messy hair. Compared to a few years ago, Lin Shi's changes were indeed extremely great. If it wasn't for him teaching Lin Shi the 4 extreme scripture back then, if it wasn't for Lin Shi immediately calling out Big Bro when he threw himself over, it would have taken him quite a while before he could recognize him. I've grown up. Lin Shi smiled sweetly and sniffled. And you've grown up. Lin Tian nodded and said with a little embarrassment, "Big brother hasn't been by your side all these years. I didn't grow up with you. It's really a dereliction of duty." Regarding Lin Shi, he really felt guilty. He felt that he didn't fulfill his responsibility as an elder brother. "It's not like that." Lin, she shook her head and said seriously, little she knows. Big brother wants to become stronger so that he can better protect little she and the two sisters in the future. Big brother has been cultivating alone outside, and it's even harder than us. The doting look in Lin Tian's eyes deepened. Lin, she had grown up, but she was still as sweet and well-behaved as before. There were many disciples of the Valley of the Harp surrounding them, but none of them spoke up to disturb the siblings. Shui Yi and Bai Qiu stood behind Lin Tian, their eyes on Lin Shi. "Sister." "Xiaoxi." Bai Qiu had long known that Lin Tian had a younger sister. Previously, when they were in the Bai family, Lin Tian had also mentioned it, so the two of them were very clear about Lin Tian's younger sister. At this moment, the two of them stared at Lin Shi very carefully. At this time, Lin, she seemed to have noticed Shui Yi and Bai Qiu. She raised her head to look at Shui Yi and Bai Qiu and was slightly moved. So beautiful. Then, in the next moment, she saw that Shui Yi and Bai Qiu were vaguely hiding behind Lin Tian. Her eyes flickered, and she thought of something. She looked at Lin Tian and asked softly, "Big brother, they are—" At this moment, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Two delicate figures rushed over. It was Jiyu and Sushu. Lin Tian. The two of them rushed forward together, both wearing joyful expressions. After not seeing each other for so many years, they naturally missed Lin Tian very much. "Little you, little Shu." Lin Tian smiled at the two girls. He looked at the two girls. They were just like before. Jiyu was gentle and quiet, and Sushu was lively and otherworldly. These two girls were also his concern in this realm. Now that they met again, he was naturally very happy. "A few years have passed. I miss you very much," he said. The two girls stood in front of him. Time had not left any traces on them. On the contrary, perhaps because their cultivation had increased, the two girls looked even more beautiful. They were very moving. "You used to be like a block of wood. Now you're getting better at talking." You covered her mouth and laughed. Sushu also laughed. Hearing Lin Tian's words, they were very happy. "It's okay, it's okay." Lin Tian chuckled. He was a little embarrassed. Behind him, Shui Yi and Bai Qiu's gazes were already completely fixed on Jiyu and Sushu. They were really nervous. Their gazes were fixed on Jiyu and Sushu. You noticed the two girls' gazes. She looked up and was instantly stunned. Her first impression was the same as Lin Shi's. She felt that Shui Yi and Bai Qiu were very beautiful. Then she met the two girls' gazes. In an instant, she saw many things. "You brought them back?" she asked Lin Tian. At the same time, Sushu also noticed Bai Qiu and Shui Yi. Her gaze also moved. Then she also looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was even more embarrassed, but he quickly calmed down. He turned to look at Shui Yi and Bai Qiu behind him. He introduced Jiyu and Sushu to the two girls softly. Then he introduced Bai Qiu and Shui Yi to Jiyu and Sushu. He had already told Bai Qiu and Shui Yi about Jiyu and Sushu's existence. The two girls knew very well. As for Jiyu and Sushu, he did not tell them about his current relationship with Bai Qiu and Shui Yi. This was because he knew that when Jiyu asked him if he had brought Bai Qiu and Shui Yi back, she already knew a lot. And Sushu obviously knew too. In an instant, Jiyu and Sushu both looked at Bai Qiu and Shui Yi. "Hello, hello." Shui Yi and Bai Qiu's voices were the same. They slightly hid behind Lin Tian and carefully looked at Jiyu and Sushu. "Hello, hello." Jiyu and Sushu also spoke. In an instant, the four beautiful girls looked at each other with different expressions. After a while, it was Jiyu who broke the silence. After glancing at Lin Tian, She looked at Shui Yi and Bai Qiu and smiled. Welcome. She had a gentle smile on her face. She was very quiet and gave people a very friendly feeling. Welcome. Su Shu also spoke. Lin, she looked at Lin Tianyi, then jumped to Shui Yi and Bai Qiu's side. She each held one of their hands and smiled very sweetly. Sister Shui, Sister Qiu, I am Brother Lin Tian's younger sister, Lin Shi. Welcome to our big family. She pulled Shui Yi and Bai Qiu to Ji Yu and Su Shu's side like a cute little fairy. In an instant, Bai Qiu and Shui Yi's nervousness disappeared a lot. They quickly took out their gifts and gave them to Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and Su Shu. They had prepared the gifts a long time ago. Of the two of them, one was the beloved daughter of the ancient Bai family in the second heaven, while the other was the disciple of the feather transformation Dao gate in the third heaven. Naturally, the gifts they prepared were extraordinary. Even ordinary half-step, great Dao powerhouses would be envious when they saw them. Thank you, sisters. Lin, she didn't hesitate at all. She happily put away the gifts, smiled sweetly, and thanked Bai Qiu and Shui Yi. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile and He Jiao's eyes also lit up. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect such a fierce little brat like you to have such a sweet, clever, and intelligent little sister. She understands that you haven't been by her side for so many years, so she can see your relationship with Bai Qiu and Shui Yu at a glance. She took the initiative to take the two girls to your side and accepted their expensive gifts without hesitation. She can tell that they are nervous and restrained. She wants to use these gifts to make them relax. It didn't say it directly, but it used its voice to transmit its voice. Only Lin Tian and He Jiao could hear it. Lin Tianyi smiled. He naturally understood. Looking at Lin Shi, the love in his eyes became even stronger. Lin Tian. A voice sounded. The Valley of the Harps Lord, Yu Wushuang, walked out. Senior. Lin Tian went up and bowed. Yu Wushuang had helped him before. At the same time, she was Ji Yu and Su Shu's master. He naturally had to respect her. Yu Wushuang sized up Lin Tian. After a while, her eyes focused. She shook her head and sighed. I haven't seen you for so many years. I can't see through you anymore. You've already passed the early stage of the Immortal Ascension stage, right? You're just like your master, a monster. She reached the Immortal Ascension stage half a year ago. Now, she was at the first level of the Immortal Ascension stage. She was much stronger than before. But just now, when she scanned Lin Tian with her divine sense, she found that Lin Tian was like air. He was clearly standing in front of her, but she couldn't feel anything. There was only one explanation for this. Lin Tian's current cultivation had far surpassed the first level of the Immortal Ascension stage. What? He's already passed the early stage of the Immortal Ascension stage? So powerful. But that's normal. Our junior sister Ji has reached the second level of the Immortal Ascension stage. Senior brother Lin shouldn't be weaker than her. That seems to make sense. I estimate that senior brother Lin Tian has reached the fifth level of the Immortal Ascension stage. I guess so too. The fifth level of the Immortal Ascension stage, so powerful. I can't reach that height in my lifetime. I'm so envious. At this place, the disciples of the Valley of the Harp whispered. They all looked at Lin Tian with reverence. Wuxing Crocodile heard these voices and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Tian, the fifth level of the Immortal Ascension stage? Lin Tian naturally heard these voices, but he didn't care. He smiled at Yu Wushuang and said modestly, Senior, you flatter me. I still have a long way to go. All right, don't be modest, Yu Wushuang said. She glanced at Shui Yi and Bai Qiu on the other side, then looked at Lin Tian with some ridicule. Not bad, young man. She had lived for more than 100 years. How could she not see the relationship between Shui Yi and Bai Qiu and Lin Tian? Lin Tian instantly felt awkward again. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Yu Wushuang didn't say anything else. She immediately gave the order to prepare a feast. On this day, the Valley of the Harp was very lively. Lin Tian returned after many years. The Valley of the Harp welcomed him. It didn't quiet down until midnight. At midnight, Lin Tian left Shuiyi and Bai Qiu alone to Jiyu and Sushu. At the same time, he asked Lin Shi to accompany them. He brought Wuxing Crocodile and He Jiao to the southeast of the Valley of the Harp. He once stayed in the Valley of the Harp for a year. He lived in a small building in the southeast. That place wouldn't disturb the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp. The full moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling silver light all over the sky. He walked on the road to the small building with a faint smile on his face. Bratlin, Lord Crocodile found that you know how to tame women, Wuxing Crocodile said at this time, looking at Lin Tian and clicking his tongue. You must be a big pervert in your previous life. Chapter 9:17. Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian was speechless. This is wisdom. It has nothing to do with the way of controlling women, he said with a dark face. Wuxing Crocodile looked at him from the corner of his eyes, a mocking expression on its face. Yes, it's wisdom. Very powerful wisdom in controlling women. Lin Tian's face darkened even more, and he wanted to beat it up on the spot. In the end, he couldn't be bothered with this guy and walked straight ahead. Soon he arrived at the small building in the southeast of the Valley of the Harp. The small building was simple and plain, and the air was fresh. He was very familiar with this place. He walked in with Wuxing Crocodile and the Black Dragon, then found a room to rest in. The bright moon hung in the sky. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, when the sun rose, Lin Tian walked out of the small building with Wuxing Crocodile and the Black Dragon. The Valley of the Harp was already much more lively. He saw Lin, Shi, and Jiyu at a glance. At this time, although Shui Yi and Bai Qiu were still a little nervous, they were much better than yesterday. The atmosphere between the girls was quite good. It was very gentle. He smiled. Seeing that the girls were talking about something, he didn't disturb them. He felt that it was better to wait for them to spend more time together. At that moment, he brought Wuxing Crocodile and the Black Dragon to other places and took them around the valley. Just like that, another day passed quickly. The four girls had good personalities. With Lin Shi around, the atmosphere was very harmonious. They were getting along very well now. Lin Tian saw this. After walking out on this day, he called the girls in front of him. Xiao, Shi, Xiao Shu, come and cultivate. Break through to the immortal realm. He smiled and said, Now, Jiyu had already reached the immortal realm. Sushu and Lin Shi were still a little behind. The former was at Zephyr Realm level 9, and the latter was at Zephyr Realm level 6. He decided to use Ling Jing to let Lin Shi and Sushu cultivate and directly rush into the immortal connecting realm. It's not that easy to reach the connecting immortal realm. I've been stuck at the Zephyr 9th heaven for a long time. Sushu muttered. Lin Shi chimed in, That's right, big brother. I've only cultivated to the 6th level of the Zephyr realm. I'm still far from reaching the immortal connecting realm. Don't worry, I have a way. Lin Tian smiled. He found a quiet place in the Valley of the Harp and directly took out 80,000 kilograms of Lingjing and piled them on the ground. For a time, rich spirit chi intertwined, causing this space to seem like a small spirit domain. The density of the spirit chi was astonishing. This caused Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi to be shocked. This was the first time they had felt such dense spiritual energy. This is Lingjing, an amalgamation of pure spiritual energy. It can be used to increase one's cultivation level directly, but it can also be used for other purposes. Bai Qiu explained in a low voice. Sushu and Lin Shi both widened their eyes in surprise. I think I've seen descriptions of this in ancient books before, but I've never seen the real thing. Jiyu said. Lin Tian chuckled. Then he asked Sushu and Lin Shi to sit cross-legged on the pile of Lingjing. Now, Jiyu was already at the 2nd level of the connecting immortal realm. For the time being, he didn't need the Lingjing to break through. After all, even if he had several times more Lingjing, it wouldn't be enough for Jiyu to enter the great virtue realm. Now, relying on the Lingjing to help Jiyu break through 2 or 3 small levels didn't make much sense. Go, Lin Tian said to Sushu and Lin Shi. Sushu and Lin, she didn't hesitate. They quickly sat cross-legged on the pile of Lingjing and began to cultivate. For a moment, a rich light enveloped the two of them, causing their auras to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The 80,000 kilograms of Lingjing had consumed more than 20,000 kilograms. Boom! At this moment, a powerful wave of energy rippled out from Sushu's body, creating a shocking hurricane around her. She opened her eyes and stood up happily. At this moment, she had entered the first level of the connecting immortal realm from the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. The vital essence in her body had also turned into divine power, making her look even more beautiful. Boom! It was also at this time that the sky trembled and thick clouds rolled in, shrouding the entire Guqin serene valley. For a moment, all the disciples in the Valley of the Harp were shocked. It looks like a heavenly tribulation. Who in our Valley of the Harp has broken through to the connecting immortal realm? Many of the disciples in the Valley of the Harp were shocked. Even the Lord of the Valley of the Harp, Yu Wushuang, was shocked. She looked at the black lightning in the sky with a shocked expression. Boom! The thunder rumbled and rolled, and the oppressive aura intertwined in all directions. At this moment, strands of electric arcs intertwined around Sushu's body. She stared at the heavenly tribulation in the sky and trembled slightly. Previously, she had seen Jiyu and Yu Wushuang's heavenly tribulation, and it was very terrifying. Sushu, go to the Valley of the Harp and undergo the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian said. Then he looked at Bai Qiu and said, You go and protect her. The heavenly tribulation was synonymous with destruction. It didn't care about feelings. If an accident happened, it would be unbearable. Okay. Sushu and Bai Qiu nodded at the same time. Sushu flew into the sky and walked at the front. Soon, they arrived in an old forest outside the Valley of the Harp. Bai Qiu arrived at the same time. He stood in the void at the edge of the old forest. If Sushu was in danger, he would help at any time. Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled and the heavenly tribulation struck. Sushu didn't dare to be careless. She quickly blocked it with all her strength. The disciples in the Valley of the Harp saw this scene. They were all shocked. It's junior sister Su. This junior sister Su has also broken through to the connecting immortal realm. Amazing! The disciples in the Valley of the Harp were shocked. Yu Wushuang saw this scene too. She couldn't help but be shocked. Then, she suddenly noticed Lin Tian and the others. She saw Lin Shi appear in a pile of precious crystals filled with spiritual energy. She was shocked again. She paused. Gradually, she recognized that the person beside Lin Shi was Lingjing. The shock on her face deepened. Like Jiyu, she had only seen descriptions of such treasures in ancient books. She had never seen the real thing. Naturally, she was shocked to see it now. In the next moment, her gaze fell on Lin Tian. She knew that Lin Tian had brought it back. This little guy, he's really... She stared at Lin Tian. She didn't know what to say. In the distance, Lin Tian noticed Yu Wushuang. However, he didn't pay her any attention. His gaze fell on Lin Shi. As for Sushu's tribulation outside the Valley of the Harp, he wasn't worried at all. That was because Bai Qiu was there. He could definitely protect Sushu. After all, Bai Qiu was now at the 4th firmament of the Great Tao. He could crush the immortal ascension tribulation with a wave of his hand. However, Ji looked out of the Valley of the Harp worriedly. She knew how terrifying such a tribulation was. She had experienced it herself. Don't worry. There won't be any problems. Lin Tian smiled. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lin Shi again. At this moment, light intertwined around Lin Shi's body. Her aura was rising bit by bit. She had already reached the 8th firmament of the Zephyr realm. Just like that, 15 minutes passed very quickly. Boom! Outside the Valley of the Harp, the last tribulation fell. Sushu had perfectly passed the tribulation by herself. She had truly reached the immortal ascension realm. The disciples in the Valley of the Harp witnessed this scene. For a moment, they were both envious and happy. Our Valley of the Harp now has 3 immortal ascension experts. Someone said excitedly. Sushu passed the tribulation and bathed in the colorful light of the auspicious clouds. Then she returned to Lin Tian and the others with Bai Qiu. Sit down here. Use the Ling Jing here to consolidate your cultivation. Lin Tian said with a smile. Sushu nodded. She couldn't hide her excitement. However, she quickly sat down cross-legged. After glancing at Lin Shi, she closed her eyes and began to practice her mental cultivation method. She used the Ling Jing here to consolidate her cultivation. Lin Tian nodded in his heart. He glanced at her, then his gaze fell on Lin Shi. Buzz! Lin Shi's body was filled with light spots. Her aura and cultivation were both rising. Just like that, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. 6 hours later, a powerful aura rushed out of Lin Shi's body. Just like Sushu, she had reached the immortal ascension realm. Boom! Suddenly, the tribulation descended. Dark clouds rolled over, and the oppressive aura quickly intertwined in every corner of the Valley of the Harp. This shocked the disciples of the Valley of the Harp again. Someone broke through to the immortal ascension realm again. Is it an elder? Many women widened their eyes. It hadn't been long since the last tribulation, and someone had triggered it again. At this moment, Lin Shi's body was shrouded in light. Electric arcs intertwined and crackled. Shall she go outside? I'll accompany you, Lin Tian said with a smile. He wanted to protect Lin Shi personally during her tribulation. Lin Shi was naturally happy. She nodded seriously and flew out of the Valley of the Harp. This shocked the disciples of the Valley of the Harp again. They didn't expect that the person who triggered the immortal ascension tribulation at this time would be Lin Shi. One had to know that when they saw Lin Shi the day before, she was only at Zephyr Stage 6. How could she break through so quickly? However, in the next moment, when they saw Lin Tian not far away from Lin Shi, they immediately understood. It's senior brother Lin Tian who helped her break through, a female disciple said. This senior brother Lin Tian actually helped Lin Shi break through to the immortal ascension realm from Zephyr Stage 6 in such a short time. So amazing. He's like a god. That's right. This junior sister Sushu broke through to the immortal ascension realm, probably because of senior brother Lin Tian's help. Senior brother Lin Tian is too powerful. That's right. In the Valley of the Harp, many female disciples looked at Lin Tian with shock and admiration. At this time, Lin Shi had already arrived at the damaged old forest outside the Valley of the Harp. Boom! Immediately, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the heavenly tribulation instantly pressed down. This heavenly tribulation lasted for half an hour. Then Lin Shi, like Sushu, survived the immortal ascension tribulation on her own. Not bad. Lin Tian praised. He brought Lin Shi back to Jiyu and the others. Lin Shi was also very happy. After all, she had entered the immortal ascension realm. After that, he asked Lin Shi to sit down cross-legged and let her stabilize her cultivation with Lingjing. After another hour, Lin Shi stood up. Her cultivation at the first stage of the immortal ascension realm was completely stabilized. There was still some of the 80,000 kilograms of Lingjing left. For a moment, Lin Shi seemed even happier. Sushu was also a little excited. Jiyu and the others were happy for them. Lin Tian smiled and looked at Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi. He said, All right, now I'll teach you the cultivation method after the immortal ascension realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed between his brows. He sent a ray of divine sense into Ji-Yu, Su-Shu, and Lin-Shi's sea of consciousness. At the same time, he also sent a ray of divine sense into Shui-Ye's sea of consciousness. This is the medicine canon, the flawless ancient scripture of the Master Apothecary, one of the 9 celestial venerables. I've read it in detail before. It's very suitable for you to cultivate. Ji-Yu and the others' cultivation method could only be cultivated to the peak of the Zephyr realm. After entering the immortal ascension realm, they would need more suitable cultivation methods. Although Shui-Ye's cultivation method was not bad, it could not be compared to a celestial venerable level cultivation method. Thus, he naturally taught them both. As for Baiqiu, she had obtained the complete lunar ancient scripture before, and it was also a very powerful Empyrean level cultivation method. She did not need any other methods. Most importantly, the lunar ancient scripture was perfectly compatible with her source, so it could bring out her potential to the fullest. Chapter 918. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Ji-Yu and the others were shocked. The complete ancient scripture of the master alchemist. Ji-Yu, Su-Shu, and Lin-Shi never entered the higher levels of the heaven domain, but despite this being the case, towards the 9 great heavenly sovereigns, they still knew everything clearly. These were the 9 most powerful individuals in the 10 directions heaven domain, able to suppress everything with a single hand. They never thought that Lin Tian would give them a complete ancient scripture of the heavenly master. It was simply a divine treasure. Shui-Yu was naturally surprised, but the impression she gave others was that she was relatively quiet, but her eyes were flickering a little. Lin Tian chuckled and said, "You all take a look at it first." Ji-Yu and the others nodded and carefully read the ancient scripture in their consciousness. Soon, they discovered that this ancient scripture was extraordinary. Not only was it a complete cultivation technique for those who had reached the immortal realm, but it also contained powerful, offensive, secret techniques. It could be said to be extremely shocking, and it made their hearts tremble as they looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. "It's not bad, right?" Lin Tian smiled and said. The 4 girls nodded, and it was only after a long time that they regained their senses. After all, the complete ancient scripture of the Heavenly Master was too valuable. Big Brother is really amazing. He even has this kind of scripture. Lin, she was very proud. Lin Tian rubbed Lin-Shi's head lovingly, then stretched out his right hand. In a flash of light, 3 precious weapons appeared. They were a jade ruler, a short blade, and a blood sword. These are all divine weapons. Among them, the jade ruler was obtained from the great tomb of the great beast saint in the 5th heaven. The short blade was obtained from supplemental Daoyu in the 5th heaven, and the blood sword was obtained from the nirvana abyss in the desolate region of the 5th heaven. All of them are low-rank divine weapons and are extremely powerful. As soon as the 3 precious weapons appeared, they immediately emitted a dazzling light, causing the entire Valley of the Harp to be shocked. Everyone was shocked. Yu Wushuang looked over. At the same time, several elders and Taishang elders from the Valley of the Harp also rushed out and ascended into the air. They immediately stared in the direction of Lin Tian and the 3 precious weapons beside Lin Tian. Their hearts trembled. Yu Wushuang could no longer remain calm. At this moment, she couldn't help but rush over. The elders of the Valley of the Harp also couldn't help but approach. The crowd came closer and looked at the precious weapons Lin Tian took out from the 3 sections. They couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Moreover, the disciples in the Valley of the Harp had also discovered the location of Lin Tian and the others. Many female disciples cautiously approached them. Yu Wushuang's eyes completely fell on the 3 precious weapons at this time. Is this a legendary divine weapon? Like Ji-Yu, she has read many ancient books and knows a lot of things. Moreover, the classification of precious weapons is a relatively basic common knowledge in the cultivation world. Ordinary cultivators are also very familiar with it. Yes, Lin Tiantan nodded with a smile. This caused an uproar. The elders and Taishan elders of the Valley of the Harp, as well as the female disciples who surrounded them, were all shocked. Divine weapon! It turned out to be a divine weapon. Above the supreme treasure is the immortal weapon. Above the immortal weapon is the Tao weapon. Above the Tao weapon is the divine weapon. This brother Lin Tian actually has a divine weapon? And more than one. The female disciples of the Valley of the Harp were shocked. Lin Tian also didn't expect the aura of the divine weapon to attract so many people. However, he didn't care. At this time, he looked at Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi. He handed the jade ruler to Lin Shi, the short blade to Sushu, and the blood sword to Jiyu. Use them to protect yourself for now, he said. Bai Qiu had a divine weapon himself. Previously, when he was at the Ascension Dao sect, he gave Shui Yi a divine weapon-level jade sword. Now, only Lin Shi, Jiyu, and Sushu didn't have divine weapons to protect themselves. He had already prepared a divine weapon for each of them and gave it to them at this time. For a moment, this caused the crowd to tremble again. The divine weapons of the three sects. When some of the female disciples saw this scene, they looked at Lin Shi, Jiyu, and Sushu with envy. Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi were also surprised, but not too surprised. After all, Lin Tian had just given them a complete, celestial, worthy ancient scripture. Compared to the celestial, worthy ancient scripture, 3 divine weapons were really nothing. At that moment, they were full of joy as Lin Tian had already transmitted to them that he had other divine weapons. Thank you, brother. Lin, she was very happy. Lin Tianyi smiled and patted Lin Shi's head. Silly girl, there's no need to thank your brother. Then he looked at Jiyu and Sushu. You don't have to thank me. We're family. Jiyu and Sushu originally wanted to say thank you, but when they heard Lin Tian's words, they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths and felt even happier. This is for your love. I'm so envious. At this time, Yu Wushuang put away her surprised expression and couldn't help but tease. This made Jiyu and Sushu blush. Wasn't this teasing the two of them and Lin Tian? Lin Tian was quite natural. At this time, he looked at Yu Wushuang and said with a smile, I also brought a gift from the Valley of the Harp. With that said, he spread out his right hand and took out a clay jar covered with runes. It's also a low-rank divine weapon. It was obtained from the great tomb of the monster sage in the 5th heaven. He obtained a total of 4 divine weapons there. This. Yu Wushuang was taken aback. Lin Tian gave a divine weapon to the Valley of the Harp. It can be used as a divine weapon to guard the Valley of the Harp. Lin Tian said with a smile. This made Yu Wushuang and several elders and grand elders of the Valley of the Harp excited. They couldn't help but tremble. Some ordinary female disciples of the Valley of the Harp clenched their fists, and their eyes lit up. Our Valley of the Harp has a divine weapon. According to the description in the ancient book, many great forces in the upper heaven don't have a divine weapon. These female disciples were extremely excited. Yu Wushuang was also surprised, but she also looked at Lin Tian. You gave Jiyu and the other 3 divine weapons, and now you gave one to the Valley of the Harp. What about you? Don't worry, I still have some. Lin Tian smiled. He obtained a lot of divine weapons in the 5th heaven, and now he still has the divine weapons of the 4 sections. Of course, they are all low-rank divine weapons. Hearing his words, Yu Wushuang happily accepted the divine weapon and thanked him seriously. Lin Tian shook his head, indicating that there's no need to thank him. He smiled and said, There are 2 more gifts. I will give them out together. This surprised Yu Wushuang and the elders and disciples of the Valley of the Harp. In addition to the divine weapon, Lin Tian also wants to give other treasures to the Valley of the Harp. Moreover, it's 2. Even Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi were surprised. Lin Tiantan smiled. He cut open the ground of the Valley of the Harp, then took out 6 small dragons and buried them under the Valley of the Harp with the dragon burial scripture. After that, he undid the dragon's seal on them, causing them to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the size of normal immortal veins. Then, in an instant, the aura in the Valley of the Harp became countless times richer, causing many disciples to tremble. Even the elders and grand elders were no exception. Everyone was shocked. The Valley of the Harp instantly changed its appearance at this time, as if it had turned into an immortal sect. I've buried 6 immortal veins under the Valley of the Harp. In the future, the aura in the Valley of the Harp will become even richer. Lin Tian said. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a stone ring appeared, and he handed it to you, Wu Shuang. There are 1,000,000 caddies of Ling Jing in this ring, which can directly improve one's cultivation base. It also has some other effects. It can be used as the foundation of the Valley of the Harp. At the same time, there are also some cultivation techniques and divine abilities for the late stage of the immortal realm. He obtained 11 immortal veins in the second heaven, and another one in the Demon Burial Valley. Now he has a total of 12 immortal veins. At this time, he took out 6 of them as the foundation of the Valley of the Harp. As for Ling Jing, he obtained 2,000,000 caddies in the second heaven. Plus the one he obtained in the fifth heaven, it was about 3,000,000 caddies. At this moment, he took out 1,000,000 and gave it to the Valley of the Harp. As for the divine abilities and cultivation techniques, he obtained the divine abilities and cultivation techniques of the 7 Luminaries Empire, the Phaseless Immortal Sect, the Xuanlong family, and the Golden Flame, Dao Gate. Not long ago, after he returned to the Emergence Dao Sect, he had engraved a few copies of it on his body. At this time, he handed over the engraved Formless Immortal Sect's cultivation technique to the Zither Valley. The reason why he did this was because Ji-Yu, Sushu, and Lin Shi were all cultivating in the Valley of the Harp. He naturally hoped that the Valley of the Harp would become stronger. Moreover, Yu Wushuang also helped him a lot in the past. He understood this principle and naturally wouldn't be stingy with the Valley of the Harp. In fact, these things were nothing to him. 6 immortal veins, 1,000,000 caddies of Ling Jing, and the cultivation technique after the immortal realm. The elders and grand elders of the Valley of the Harp were shocked and excited. Yu Wushuang's hand holding the stone ring trembled a little. It took a long time for her to calm down. The elders and grand elders of the Valley of the Harp looked at each other, stepped back, and saluted Lin Tian at the same time. Lin Tian gave them the divine weapon as the core treasure of the Valley of the Harp, the 6 immortal veins as the foundation of the Valley of the Harp, the 1,000,000 caddies of Ling Jing as the foundation of the Valley of the Harp, and the cultivation technique after the immortal realm. This kindness was too great. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin Tian, for your kindness. In this place, the female disciples of the serene Zither Valley all bowed deeply. Their expressions were filled with excitement and respect. Lin Tian did these things for the Valley of the Harp's great kindness. Naturally, it was a great kindness to all the disciples. After all, they were all cultivating in the Valley of the Harp. If the Valley of the Harp's foundation was strong, they would be able to cultivate better. The Valley of the Harp would definitely reward them in the future with the Ling Jing. The Valley of the Harp would have better cultivation techniques and divine powers, and they would all have the opportunity to cultivate. The Valley of the Harp would have a better chance of passing down the legacy of the harp's divine weapon, and they would be more confident. All of this was of great significance to the Valley of the Harp. It was also of great significance to the disciples of the Valley of the Harp. Everyone, please rise. Seeing the scene, Lin Tian hurriedly said. At the same time, he personally reached out and helped Yu Wushuang up, saying, Ji-Yu, Sushu, and Lin Shi are all cultivating in the Valley of the Harp. Senior, when Lin Tian was in danger, you escorted Lin Tian back to the Burning Sun sect as the leader of a sect. Lin Tian will always remember this in his heart. These are all things that should be done. Yu Wushuang shook her head with a serious expression, saying, Even so, the significance of this to the Valley of the Harp is too great. It's not just a simple matter of little you and the others cultivating in the Valley of the Harp and me escorting you back to the Burning Sun sect can offset it. Beside her, several elders of the Valley of the Harp also nodded seriously and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Everyone's expression was incomparably solemn. The Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp was dressed in a gray robe. Most of his hair was already white, and he carried a kind of vicissitudes of life. He looked at Lin Tian and said in a trembling voice, "Back then, your master Li Changfeng completed the incomplete inheritance of the sword manuals for the Valley of the Harp. Now, you're doing this for the Valley of the Harp again. Our Valley of the Harp owes you and your master too much." The Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp was full of emotions. His eyes were full of gratitude, and even his body was trembling slightly. "Elder, you're too serious," Lin Tian Ondao said. As he spoke, he glanced at Ji Yu and the others and said to Yu Wushuang, "Speaking of which, I'd like to say goodbye to Senior first. Later, I'll be preparing to leave with little you and the others to the Burning Sun sect." As he said this, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. He looked at the Burning Sun sect from a distance. He truly regarded the Burning Sun sect as his home, because it was the sect where an old drunkard, his most respected master, was from. An old drunkard had brought him into the Burning Sun sect. Moreover, the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect, the sect master, and a few ordinary elders also treated him very well, as if he was a family member. P.S. The third update should be around 23 p.m. Chapter 919. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Yu Wushuang immediately nodded. She naturally knew the relationship between Lin Tian and the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian had a faint smile on his face. After thinking for a while, he said to Yu Wushuang, "Coincidentally, there doesn't seem to be anything going on right now. I'll take little you and the others away. Senior, you can go and study the magical power cultivation method in the stone ring. I think that you should also need a cultivation method after the Immortal Ascension stage. There is a non-phase immortal scripture inside, which is very good." The non-phase immortal scripture was an ancient scripture passed down in the non-phase immortal sect as a cultivation method after the Immortal Ascension stage. Although it wasn't the best, it was definitely not bad. "All right." Yu Wushuang directly nodded. Lin Tian was right. She was now in the Immortal Ascension stage, and indeed needed a cultivation method after the Immortal Ascension stage. And after knowing that there was a very good non-phase immortal scripture in the stone ring Lin Tian gave her, she became even more itchy. Lin Tian chuckled and temporarily bid farewell to Yu Wushuang and the Supreme Elder of the Valley of the Harp and the others. Then he looked at Ji Yu, Su Shu, Bai Qiu, Shui, and Lin Shi and said, "You guys come with me." With that, he led Wuxing, Crocodile, and Black Dragon out of the valley. Ji Yu and the others nodded. Lin, she directly jumped over and walked side by side with Lin Tian. After being separated from her brother for so many years, she was now the happiest of them all. "Senior Brother Lin, take care!" "Senior Brother Lin, come back soon!" "Senior Brother Lin, have a safe trip!" Little Lin Shi, 2 little junior sisters, even though the separation this time was short, we will still miss you. That's right, that's right. Little junior sister, don't stay in the Burning Sun sect forever. The female disciples of the Valley of the Harp bid farewell to Lin Tian. At first, their faces were full of respect. But when someone mentioned Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and Su Shu, their expressions and words suddenly changed and became very jubilant. Lin Tian listened to these voices and smiled in his heart. It was obvious that Ji Yu, Su Shu, and Lin Shi were very popular in the Valley of the Harp. Most importantly, this popularity had nothing to do with their status in the Valley of the Harp. He didn't stop. His pace was steady as he quickly walked out of the Valley of the Harp and headed towards the Burning Sun sect. Very quickly, 6 hours passed. At this moment, a vast mountain range appeared in front of them. There were numerous tall mountains and forests, and they were incomparably majestic. Looking from afar, one could faintly see numerous pavilions in front of them, giving off a rather extraordinary feeling. "We're here." Lin Tian looked ahead and couldn't help but smile. Thinking about it, it had been a few years since he last came here. "Is that the Burning Sun sect?" Bai Qiu looked ahead. Lin Tian nodded. "Yes, it's my master's sect." "Your master's sect? That perverted master of yours grew up here." Hearing his words, Bai Qiu and Wuxing Crocodile were both moved. Lin Tianyi smiled and said yes. Wuxing Crocodile and Bai Qiu looked at the Burning Sun sect again, and their expressions suddenly became solemn. Lin Tian had told them about an old drunkard before. He had only cultivated for 100 years, but he could easily kill someone with a supreme physique. He was a terrifying monster and could be called a peerless genius. They had never thought that such a peerless figure would come from this place. Ji Yu and the others naturally saw the changes in Wuxing Crocodile and Bai Qiu's expressions, and they couldn't help but be curious. "What's wrong?" Ji Yu asked Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu didn't think too much about it and told them about an old drunkard that Lin Tian had mentioned. All of a sudden, everyone was astonished. "That senior is actually so powerful. He could actually kill someone with a supreme physique so easily." Ji Yu couldn't help but ask. She had naturally read about people with supreme physiques in ancient books and knew how terrifying they were. She had also seen an old drunkard before. At that time, her impression of him was that of a middle-aged man who was addicted to alcohol, although she later heard that an old drunkard was very powerful. She didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could kill someone with a supreme physique so easily. Sushu also widened her eyes. She didn't know much about an old drunkard, so when she heard this, she was naturally surprised. "I heard that he was from the same generation as our master, the Valley of the Harp, but he could already kill someone with a supreme physique so easily." She naturally knew a little about supreme physiques. They were known to be invincible under the Emperor realm and were terrifyingly powerful. However, now Lin Tian's master could actually kill such an existence so easily. She was a little shocked for a moment. "Yes, the old man is really powerful," Lin Tian said with a smile. Then he didn't say anything else and led the group forward. The Five Elements Crocodile, on the other hand, was somewhat emotional. He looked at the Burning Sun sect in front of him and sighed. It's really hard to imagine that such an insignificant sect could produce such an outstanding person. Lin Tian didn't care and smiled as he walked forward. Not long after, a steep stone staircase appeared 100 feet away. It was about 80 degrees and was 100 feet high. Above the 100 feet, white clouds curled up and floated between the pavilions. It was quite artistic. Soon, the group arrived at the stone staircase. "Who are you people?" There were disciples of the Burning Sun sect guarding the stone staircase. Someone came forward to ask. However, in the next moment, when this person saw Lin Tian walking at the front, his expression changed. "It's Senior Brother Lin Tian." This person's face was full of shock as he recognized Lin Tian. Lin Tian's significance to the Burning Sun sect was too great. Like an old drunkard, he was equivalent to the Burning Sun sect's son of God. In the entire Burning Sun sect, there wasn't a single person who didn't know Lin Tian. At the same time, near the stone staircase, the other disciples of the Burning Sun sect who were guarding the mountain were also shocked. At this time, they all gathered around. "It's really Senior Brother Lin." These people were both surprised and happy. Lin Tian smiled and nodded at these people, telling them that he was going to the Burning Sun sect. "Senior Brother, please." The several disciples of the Burning Sun sect who were guarding the mountain were full of respect. Then one of them quickly rushed up the stone staircase and shouted that Lin Tian had returned. Not long after, the news spread throughout the Burning Sun sect. "What? Senior Brother Lin Tian is back. Where is he? Quick, go and welcome him." For a moment, everyone in the Burning Sun sect was shocked. A few years ago, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop entered the immortal realm and led a strong attack on the Burning Sun sect. Seeing that the Burning Sun sect was about to be destroyed, Lin Tian appeared at the right time and turned the tide. Then he destroyed the 100 Refinements Workshop and engraved a sect-protecting killing array for the Burning Sun sect, leaving behind quasi-immortal weapons and other treasures. Then he helped the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect reach the immortal realm. He had long been regarded as a lucky star by the Burning Sun sect. Now that they heard that Lin Tian had returned, how could these disciples not be excited? The Burning Sun sect was located on a high mountain. These disciples quickly rushed to the edge of the Burning Sun sect and looked down. At this time, Lin Tian was leading Jiyu and the others up the steep stone steps outside the Burning Sun sect. They directly landed in the vision of the disciples of the Burning Sun sect. "It's really Senior Brother Lin Tian. Senior Brother Lin." Suddenly, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect shouted at Lin Tian. Their expressions were even more excited. Lin Tian and the others walked on the stone steps and looked up. At the end of the stone steps, the edge of the Burning Sun sect was already crowded with people. Everyone looked excited. Many people were waving at Lin Tian with all their might. Basically, they completely ignored Jiyu and the others who followed Lin Tian. "Kid, you're really popular." Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips. "Big Brother is really amazing." Lin, she also said, seeing the dense crowd at the edge of the Burning Sun sect. Seeing that these people ran out to welcome Lin Tian, she was very happy and proud of her big brother. Lin Tian chuckled and sped up. Leading the group, he quickly climbed up the Burning Sun sect. Suddenly, a large group of Burning Sun sect disciples surrounded them. "Senior Brother Lin, you're finally back. We all missed you." Among these Burning Sun sect disciples, many were older than Lin Tian and had entered the sect earlier than Lin Tian. However, at this time, they still called Lin Tian Senior Brother with respect in their eyes. Lin Tian naturally couldn't be arrogant. With a smile, he greeted the surrounding Burning Sun sect disciples. "Child!" A slightly old voice sounded. An old man quickly walked over. It was the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect. Behind him were the Burning Sun sect's sect master and several ordinary elders of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian hurriedly greeted him and bowed seriously. "Grand Elder." This old man was the one who brought up an old drunkard. He was an old drunkard's master, which was equivalent to his master. Lin Tian naturally respected him. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect helped Lin Tian up. His eyes were full of kindness as he looked at Lin Tian and repeatedly said, "Good." Lin Tian. The Burning Sun sect's sect master stood behind the Grand Elder. He smiled at Lin Tian and called out. Lin Tian was the only disciple of his senior brother, an old drunkard. After several years, he was naturally very happy to see Lin Tian again. Lin Tian looked at the Burning Sun sect's sect master and bowed slightly. "Sect master. Boy Lin, how was it? Was the upper heaven domain fun?" Tu Bei stood next to the Burning Sun sect's sect master and laughed. Lin Tian looked over, his face full of respect. He smiled and said it was all right. Back then, when he was still cultivating in the Burning Sun sect, he had some conflicts with Tu Miao's disciple and injured him. Originally, he thought that Tu Miao would teach him a lesson to avenge his disciple. Unexpectedly, Tu Miao did not do that. Instead, he gave him pointers in his cultivation. Not long after, the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop surrounded him. At that time, Tu Mei used his flesh and blood to block a few killing swords for him. He always remembered this. Good is good, bad is bad. So what if it's all right? You're not direct. Tu Mei was a very straightforward person. He slapped Lin Tian's shoulder a few times and then asked, "By the way, have you seen your master again in the past few years? Ever since that boy came back to the sect for you, he disappeared again. He hasn't shown his face even once." When this matter was mentioned, Tume ground his teeth and looked like he wanted to beat someone up. When they heard Tume ask about an old drunkard, the Burning Sun sect master and the Burning Sun sect master's eyes lit up. They looked straight at Lin Tian. Both of them missed an old drunkard very much. Yes, I have. Master is doing very well. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. It was rare that he didn't call an old drunkard an old guy at this time. Then he looked at the Burning Sun sect's great elder and said, "Great elder, Master has found Master's wife's remnant soul. He is now looking for treasures. Soon he will be able to let Master's wife return to this world." P.S. The update is much later than expected. I'm ashamed. Everyone, please forgive me. Chapter 920. Lin Tian had a smile on his face, but his words were very solemn, causing the Great Elder and the Burning Sun sect master to be shocked. You mean Chang Feng. He found Qing Xian's remnant soul. Can bring Qing Xian back to life. The Supreme Elder's entire body began to tremble. Qing Xian was his biological daughter. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and said seriously, "Back in the third heaven, disciple saw Master Qing Xian's remnant soul with his own eyes. Master can definitely bring Master Qing Xian back to life. At that time, he will bring Master Qing Xian back to the sect." Hearing Lin Tian's affirmative answer, the Great Elder trembled even more violently, and tears flowed down his face. "Qing Xian, Changfeng, this is great. This is great." In an instant, the old man seemed to have aged several years, giving people a feeling of incomparable vicissitudes of life. At that time, because of his daughter's death, he was sad. He blamed an old drunkard for not protecting Qing Xian well, causing an old drunkard to leave the Burning Sun sect out of guilt. He was decadent for 100 years, spending his days drinking. Now that Qing Xian has a chance to come back to life, the knot in an old drunkard's heart will be completely resolved. The two of them will have the best ending. He was so excited and happy that tears kept flowing out of his eyes. Junior sister can come back to life. This is great, worthy of senior brother. The Burning Sun sect master was also very excited. Of course, Tu Mao and the other elders were also very happy, and their eyes lit up. Good boy. This is good news. Tu Mao patted Lin Tian a few more times. Lin Tian smiled and comforted the Great Elder not to be too excited. Behind him, Ji Yu and the others also vaguely understood something, but they didn't say anything. They just stood quietly behind Lin Tian. On the other hand, Wuxing Crocodile was quite interested in the Burning Sun sect. The Great Elder and the others of the Burning Sun sect gradually calmed down. At this time, they naturally noticed Ji Yu and the others. "Child, what are these?" The Grand Elder asked Lin Tian. There was a glimmer of light in his old eyes. He had vaguely guessed something. Lin Tian pulled Lin Shi in front of him and said with a smile, "This is Lin Shi, my sister. She is now cultivating in the Valley of the Harp." As he spoke, he looked at the 4 girls, Wuxing Crocodile and Black Flood Dragon, and introduced them to the Grand Elder, Burning Sun sect leader, and several ordinary elders. Lin, Shi, Shui, and the other girls naturally bowed seriously, greeting the Grand Elder and the Burning Sun sect leader. Good. They're all good kids. The Supreme Elder said with a smile, Welcome. The Burning Sun sect leader also laughed. He is the junior brother of an old drunkard. The two grew up together and are no different from blood brothers. Naturally, he is also Lin Tian's elder. Now that he saw Lin Tian bring his sister and 4 beauties, of course, he was happy for Lin Tian. Grand Elder, sect leader, and several elders. This disciple brought back some small things that will be useful to the sect. Lin Tian said at this time, "In the next hour, under the shocked and horrified eyes of everyone in the Burning Sun sect, he took out the remaining 6 immortal veins and placed them under the Burning Sun sect with the dragon burial scripture, causing the aura fluctuations above the burning sun sect to become countless times stronger. Immediately, he took out a long halberd, which was a divine weapon. It was snatched from Qi Lianjin in the fifth heaven and handed to the burning sun sect leader as a treasured weapon. After that, he took out 2 stone rings, one of which contained 5 million gene of Lingjing, and the other stone ring contained the divine abilities of the 7 luminaries' empire and other major forces, as well as dozens of Dao soldiers and immortal tools. There were countless treasures and other treasures, which he handed over to the Burning Sun sect leader. The entire Burning Sun sect was shocked and trembled. 6 immortal veins as the foundation, this divine weapon. Our Burning Sun sect actually has a divine weapon. That's a legendary divine weapon. There are also divine abilities and divine abilities. We won't lack them in the future. The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were very excited. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin. Many disciples opened their mouths. Looking at Lin Tian, the respect on their faces became even stronger, and they were all very excited. Even the Supreme Elder and the Burning Sun sect leader were excited, and their eyes were full of light. Tu Miao laughed and patted Lin Tian's shoulder again. Good boy. I really like your return more and more. I know you will definitely leave again soon. So remember to come back to the sect more often in the future and bring back more treasures. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed, but he also felt very close to Tu Miao's character. He knew very well that although Tu Miao said so, it was just a joke. It was impossible for him to really want the treasures. Just in time, I also have a little gift for you and the other elders. How about we go to the back mountain? He smiled. Tu Miao and the other elders were a little puzzled, and the Burning Sun sect leader and Supreme Elder were also puzzled, but they didn't ask much. Then, with the Supreme Elder in the lead, the group quickly arrived at the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He directly took out 50,000 kilograms of Lingjing and piled it on the ground. Suddenly, the sky was filled with spiritual light. Supreme Elder entered the immortal connecting realm a few years ago. When he came back this time, he found that the Burning Sun sect leader had also reached the immortal connecting realm. Only Tu Miao and the other 3 elders were still in the Zephyr 9th layer. At this time, he took out the Lingjing and prepared to guide them into the immortal connecting realm. He told this to Tu Miao and the other 3 elders. Suddenly, the 4 elders' eyes lit up and they were all excited. They had been trapped in the Zephyr 9th layer for a long time. Now that there was absolute hope to enter the immortal connecting realm, how could they not be excited? Seniors quickly refined the Lingjing. Lin Tian smiled. Tu Miao and the others nodded seriously. After taking a few deep breaths, they calmed down and sat down cross-legged among the 100,000 Lingjing. They directly activated their heart technique to absorb the Lingjing and refine it. Time passed quickly. An hour later, for consecutive heavenly tribulations condensed in the sky above the Burning Sun sect. Thunder rumbled, shocking all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect. Boom! Thunder rumbled and lightning intertwined. On this day, Lin Tian personally helped Tu Miao and the other elders to pass through the heavenly tribulations and truly enter the immortal connecting realm. Kid, thanks. Tu Miao laughed. From the Zephyr realm to the immortal connecting realm, the vital essence turned into divine power, and the perception of heaven and earth became clearer. It could be said to be a great transformation. Moreover, because he entered the immortal connecting realm, his lifespan would also increase greatly. Lin Tian, thank you. The other elders were also excited and thanked him seriously. Lin Tian helped them to enter the immortal connecting realm from the Zephyr realm. This was indeed a great favor, and they were all very excited. Good boy, thank you for your trouble. The Supreme Elder couldn't help but say. Now, the Burning Sun sect had a total of 6 immortal connecting realm powerhouses, creating an unprecedented prosperity. Supreme Elder, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Lin Tian shook his head and then said, By the way, Supreme Elder, you are now in the immortal connecting realm. You need to cultivate after the immortal connecting realm. In the stone ring that I gave to the sect master, there is a complete set of cultivation techniques and killing techniques. It is very suitable for you to cultivate. The seven-star divine scripture was an ancient scripture passed down by the seven-star divine dynasty, a top force in the third heaven. After the old drunkard reduced the cultivation base of everyone in the seven-star divine scripture, he gave him all the ancient scriptures, secret techniques, and secret weapons of the seven-star divine scripture. He had browsed through the seven-star divine scripture and found it to be extraordinary. It was a cultivation method that contained many mysteries. The Supreme Elder and the others naturally nodded again and again, but they weren't in a hurry. The Supreme Elder immediately ordered to prepare a banquet to welcome Lin Tian, Lin Shi, Shui, and the other girls, as well as the Wuxing crocodile and He Jiao. On this day at the banquet, Lin Tian, the Supreme Elder, and the others chatted for a long time until midnight. The Burning Sun sect master personally prepared a room for Lin Tianyi and the others. Then the night passed quickly. The next day, when the morning sun rose, Lin Tian took Jiyu and the others to the Burning Sun sect and introduced them to the Burning Sun sect. Speaking of which, this is your first time here. Lin Tian said with a smile. Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi all know the existence of the Burning Sun sect, but they have never really been here. Needless to say, Shui by Qiu Wuxing Crocodile and He Jiao only heard the words Burning Sun sect yesterday. It's really interesting that a peerless genius came out of this place. Wuxing Crocodile said, an old monster, like it has seen countless major forces, and the Burning Sun sect is really nothing. However, since it learned that Lin Tian's master came from here, it became very interested in this place. Lin Tianyi smiled and led the group to every corner of the Burning Sun sect. Of course, during this process, as long as the disciples of the Burning Sun sect saw Lin Tian and the others, they would salute and greet them respectfully. Time passed quickly, and not long after, the full moon rose, followed by the morning sun. Soon, Lin Tian led the group to stay in the Burning Sun sect for half a month. On this day, he bid farewell to the Grand Elder and the Burning Sun sect leader, and prepared to take Jiyu and the others back to Beiyan. After all, Jiyu's grandfather was in Beiyan, and Sushu's first master, Mu Qing, was also in Beiyan. He had to go back and take a look. Good child, come back any time, the Grand Elder said, together with the Burning Sun sect leader and the others. He personally sent Lin Tianyi and the others to the foot of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian bowed, and so did Jiyu and the others. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder and the others, they left. Not long after, they walked far away from the Burning Sun sect. After that, he led the group to Beiyan. It didn't take long for them to enter Beiyan, and they visited the great General Ji Yuanshan, Mu Qing, and the others. During this process, he naturally went to the dark forest outside Fengjian City to look for the Violet Fairy, but unfortunately he still didn't see her this time. It had to be said that after so many years, under the deterrence of the quasi-immortal sword he gave to the new king of Beiyan, Zhu, he actually managed to unify all the ordinary empires in this realm of heaven, completing a 1,000-year hegemony. Immediately in this realm of heaven, there were statues of him in all the major cities. Each statue was engraved with lifelike carvings, standing on a huge golden rock. On the rock, there was a line of large words, Eternal King Ancestor, Lin Tian. Now, you have truly become the eternal king ancestor of this realm of heaven. Jiyu joked. Chapter 9:21. Hearing Jiyu's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. When he gave Zhu Yi the quasi-immortal sword, he felt that if Zhu Yi could really unify the many ordinary empires in this heaven region, he would be a legend. He would be able to save the people from the suffering of war. After all, there were too many empires, and each had their own way of governing. Wars often broke out between empires, and the people who suffered in the end were still the ordinary people. He didn't expect that in the past few years, Zhu Yi would really unify the various empires. He smiled slightly and didn't think too much about it. He left the northern flame country and returned to the Valley of the Harp soon after. He temporarily stayed in the Valley of the Harp. The air in this valley was quiet, and the flowers were fragrant. It was like a paradise. After that, he didn't do anything special. He spent the rest of his time with his sister Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the other 3 girls. They strolled around the Valley of the Harp and the Valley of the Harp. 9 days passed in a flash. After 9 days, he no longer simply strolled around with his sister and the other 4 girls. He started to cultivate with them and guide them better. Of course, Bai Qiu didn't need his guidance. Because he had already reached the 4th heaven of the Great Tao, he basically just accompanied his sister Lin Shi, Jiyu, Sushu, and Shui to cultivate. He helped them cultivate the medicine codex. 1. Within a bamboo forest in the depths of Zither Valley, all types of pill imprints revolved around Lin Shi's body. Precious radiance flickered, the divine light pure. His entire aura seemed powerful, yet also illusory. It was as if he was about to comprehend the Tao and become an immortal, possessing a type of ethereal feeling. Not bad. Lin Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face. Because this bamboo forest was deep in the Valley of the Harp, it was an extraordinary place for the Valley of the Harp. Usually only the Grand Elder, the Valley Master, and the ordinary elders of the Valley of the Harp could enter. Ordinary disciples were not allowed to enter. However, Lin Tianyi and the others were clearly not ordinary disciples of the Valley of the Harp. No one would interfere with them coming here. Little Lin, she's cultivation of the medicine canon is not bad. She has both the spirit and form. Bai Qiu said. Whooshing Crocodile said, to be able to reach this step at such a young age, it is indeed very good. Even in the upper heaven domain, he is an absolute genius. Very few people can compare to him. It had to be said that Lin Shi's aptitude was indeed very good. She could master many of the techniques in the medicine encyclopedia by herself. Boom! Boom! On the other side, 2 waves of immortal might surged, divine light surging, sometimes gentle, sometimes blazing. Jiyu and Shui stood at a certain distance from each other. Their bodies shone with the same light, and they were surrounded by the same aura. Hundreds of elixir seals floated around their bodies, mysterious and mysterious. Each seal seemed to have extraordinary power. It was clear that the medicine canon's aura these 2 cultivated was extremely powerful. It was round and powerful, as if they were 2 clumps of immortal flames. These 2 girls don't seem to be ordinary. Whooshing Crocodile was slightly moved. Lin Tian chuckled. He naturally knew Jiyu and Shui the best. One of them had extraordinary aptitude, and the other had the heavenly demon king physique. Naturally, they were not ordinary. Buzz! On the other side, hundreds of elixir seals floated around Sushu's body. Compared to Jiyu and Shui, she was slightly weaker. Even so, she was not weak. Compared to other immortal ascension cultivators of the same level, the aura she exuded was much stronger. Lin Tian looked at the girls cultivating and smiled. Not bad. However, you can continue to improve. As he finished speaking, he walked forward and activated the medicine canon with his great Tao, Tier, cultivation. He circulated the medicine canon's divine arts, and densely packed pill seals instantly floated out from his body. There were as many as several thousand of them, and his aura was also incredibly dense. He used these elixir seals to envelop Lin Shi, Jiyu, Sushu, and Shui. He used his own great virtue realm cultivation to help them cultivate the medicine canon better. The girls were shocked at first. Then they understood what Lin Tian was doing. They immediately became more serious. They used the elixir seals that Lin Tian used his great virtue realm cultivation to practice. Then they focused even more on cultivating and comprehending the medicine canon. Buzz! In an instant, The divine light around them became stronger. The elixir seals they displayed also became more complete. Very quickly, 6 hours passed. "Brother, you're so amazing." "Lin," she said happily. Because of Lin Tian's help, her control of the medicine cannon increased by several times in a short period of time. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I be your brother?" Lin Tian said with a smile. Being praised by his sister, he was not modest at all. At this moment, Jiyu, Sushu, and Shui Ye's eyes were also bright. Their essence, qi, and spirit had become much stronger. Their control of the medicine cannon also increased by several times in 6 hours, just like Lin Shi. "Congratulations." Bai Qiu stepped forward and said. He could naturally see the changes in Jiyu and the others. Their essence, qi, and spirit had become stronger, and their cultivation had also increased. "We still have to work harder." "Lin," she said with a wink. Lin Tian watched from the side. He also felt that 6 hours of cultivation was enough. They should stop here for the day. He led the group out of the bamboo forest and took a short rest. They strolled leisurely beside the lotus pond in the Valley of the Harp. Very quickly, night fell and a day passed. After that, in the following days, he accompanied his sister and the other girls to cultivate. He guided them to better cultivate, and their cultivation improved rapidly. Of course, during this process, he was also cultivating. He diligently comprehended the art of formation control and the art of alchemy. He improved with Lin Shi and the other girls, and their essence, qi, and spirit became stronger. Just like that, time passed quickly. Soon, half a year had passed since he returned to the Valley of the Harp. After half a year, his art of formation control had reached the 7th level, and his alchemy skills had reached the 6th level. He had mastered even more art of formation and art of alchemy. "Damn it, boy Lin. Don't draw formation runes everywhere. Damn it." The whooshing crocodile's curses rang out in front of the small building in the southeast. It accidentally touched the runes of the immortal thunder-killing formation that Lin Tian was inscribing, and it immediately attracted dozens of lightning bolts. It was like a heavenly tribulation of the great path, and it directly struck it into the ground. It took a lot of effort to climb out of the ground. Lin Tian glanced at it. "I told you that I was practicing inscribing a new formation here. I told you not to fly around here. You didn't listen. Who can you blame?" The whooshing crocodile. F***CKU. Lin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to it. He continued to comprehend the immortal thunder-killing formation and practiced in the void in front of the small building. This killing formation was at the peak of the 7th level. It was very powerful, enough to trap and kill a great path cultivator. The space in front of the small building was very spacious. The female disciples of the Valley of the Harp would not come here. It was very suitable for him to practice this formation. Just like that, 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 9 days, he completely controlled the immortal thunder-killing formation. He could completely inscribe it even in the middle of an intense formation. "Let's go to the Burning Sun sect." At noon on this day, he said to the whooshing crocodile and the black flood dragon. This time he did not bring Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others. He only let the whooshing crocodile and the black flood dragon follow him. Soon, they arrived at the Burning Sun sect. The purpose of coming to the Burning Sun sect was naturally to inscribe the immortal thunder-killing formation for the Burning Sun sect. In 8 hours, he had inscribed a total of 9 formations. After that, he spent even more time and energy to carve an even more complete eternal killing formation with 9 edges along the foundation of the Burning Sun sect. Each edge was stronger than the complete immortal thunder-killing formation. If used at full power, it was enough to kill a comprehension realm expert. It was the strongest trump card of the Burning Sun sect. Only after all this was done did he leave. He did not let the Grand Elder and the others send him off. He returned to the Valley of the Harp by himself. After returning to the Valley of the Harp, He naturally inscribed the 9 corners eternal killing formation and 9 complete immortal thunder killing formations for the Valley of the Harp. Then he imprinted the method to activate the formations into the sea of consciousness of the Lord of the Valley of the Harp and the others. This caused the Lord of the Valley of the Harp, the Grand Elder, and the others to become excited and excited. After this, he let himself have a little more free time. Usually, he just peacefully helped Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others to cultivate. In this way, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Bai Qiu came to find him. Her expression was a little gloomy. She bid farewell to him and Jiyu and prepared to go home. "There's still a month until Mother's 9 years of sacrifice," she said in a small voice. Hearing this, Lin Tian and the others were moved. "I'll go back with you." Lin Tiandao. He already knew that Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki's mother was no longer in this world, but he did not know the exact date of the siblings' mother's death. It was not until today that he found out from Bai Qiu that she had passed away for 9 years. Ji Yu Sushu and the others also asked to accompany Bai Qiu, but they were all tactfully rejected by Bai Qiu. This was because, according to the Bai family's ancestral rules, after an important member of the family passed away, the descendants of the family had to keep watch for 3 years. During the 9 years of sacrifice, the descendants had to keep watch for 3 years. She did not want Lin Tian and the others to keep watch for 3 years with her. That was too long. As for herself, she naturally had to do that because it was her mother. As a child, it was not a big deal for her to keep watch for 3 years for her mother's coffin. 3 years is too long. How can I let you keep watch for 3 years with me? Bai Qiu shook her head. She was determined. In the end, the group could only give up. Lin Tian comforted her softly, a faint light flashing in his eyes. After a pause, he said, "Shui, you will stay in the Valley of the Harp. I'll send her back, and then—" As he spoke, he looked at his sister Lin Shi, then at Jiyu and the others. "Then, I'll prepare to go to the higher heavens to train." This time, another year had passed since he returned to the first heaven. He felt that it was time for him to go to the higher heavens. He wanted to become stronger, so he had to go to the higher heavens. Moreover, the divine sword in his sea of knowledge was not ordinary. Its origin was definitely astonishing. He had to go to the higher heavens to slowly gather the sword spirits of the divine sword. Finally, he had to break the barrier of the 10th heaven and complete the ultimate goal he had set for himself in this life. He had to transcend the heavens and achieve eternal life. He looked at his sister Lin, Shi Jiyu, and the others, somewhat apologetic because he could not stay by their side for too long. Hearing his words, Lin, she was reluctant. Jiyu and the others were also reluctant. However, they did not say anything and silently supported him. A good man's ambition is to travel far. If it's you, you will definitely be able to walk the path of cultivation and reach the Enlightenment realm, Nirvana realm, Emperor realm, and break through the 10th heaven. Ji smiled and said, "This is the you we know. P.S. I overslept at noon. This chapter is a bit late. Sorry. Then the dragon will go and write the 3rd chapter. It should be around 12 p.m. Then, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The dragon wishes everyone a happy and healthy holiday in advance." Chapter 922. Lin Tian was touched by Ji Yu's words. It was a blessing to have someone supporting him from behind. "Thank you." He had a faint smile on his face, but his words were very serious. He felt very warm in his heart. With that, he took out 4 small jade bottles with a wave of his right hand and handed them to Lin Shi, Jiyu, Sushu, and Shui. "This is the Khanate Tao source. When you reach the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, you can refine it and directly reach the Great Tao realm. It can also help you improve your perception of the 3,000 Great Taos and strengthen your Great Tao laws in the future." He said, back in the 5th heaven, he, Bai Qiu, and the others found a total of 9 Khanate Tao source. Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, Yangqi, and Wuxing Crocodile each refined one, and the remaining 5 were given to him. Now he gave 4 to Jiyu and the others. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Jiyu and the others were shocked. Then they carefully put away the Khanate Tao source. After refining it, they could directly reach the great Tao realm from the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. It also had other amazing effects. This was a priceless immortal treasure. After putting away the Khanate Tao source, their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Their eyes flickered slightly. It's still the same as before. When you reach the higher heavens, you must pay attention to your own safety. Our cultivation is not high. If we follow you, we may only be your burden. We will pray for you here and wait for you to come back. You must protect yourself. Brother, come back soon. Xiaoxi will miss you. The girls spoke one after another. She stepped forward and hugged Lin Tian tightly. Her eyes were full of reluctance. They had only been together for a year, and now she had to part with her brother again. Good girl, Xiaoxi. Lin Tian rubbed Lin Shi's head lovingly. On this day, Lin Tian bid farewell to Jiyu and the others. At the same time, he used his powerful divine sense to inform Wu Shuang of his departure. Then he left the Valley of the Harp with Bai Qiu and headed straight for the Demon Burial Valley. Of course, the Wuxing crocodile was with him. The Black Dragon and Xue Yi stayed in the Valley of the Harp. They had no plans to go to the upper heaven regions, yet. After leaving the Valley of the Harp, Lin Tian and Bai Qiu flew in the air with the Wuxing crocodile on his head. Soon, they entered the Demon Burial Valley and arrived at the spatial door in the depths of the Demon Burial Valley. Lin Tian led Bai Qiu onto the stone platform and looked in the direction of the Valley of the Harp. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Bai Qiu was also looking in that direction, and there was a faint light in his eyes. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. He pulled Bai Qiu into the spatial door and disappeared in an instant. Just like before, darkness engulfed everything. Then, after a burst of spatial turbulence, light appeared in front of them. A spatial door opened, and 2 people and 1 beast were all shocked out of the void. At this time, Lin Tian looked around. There were pieces of red gravel and yellow sand floating in the air. It seems to be a desert in the southern part of the 2nd heaven. Bai Qiu whispered. Lin Tian was a little speechless. Because of the spatial door in the 1st heaven, the entrance to the 2nd heaven was different every time. However, he didn't think too much about it. He directly soared into the sky and pulled Bai Qiu to the Bai family. They were now in the Great Path realm, so their speed was naturally very fast. Soon, they arrived outside the Bai family. There were disciples guarding outside the Bai family. When they saw the 2 of them, they were shocked at first. Then, they quickly went forward to greet them. Young master, young miss. They saluted. Lin Tian nodded at them and walked straight into the Bai family. Not long after entering the Bai family, he saw Bai Ziki and the Bai family's patriarch. There was a solemn atmosphere in the air. You're back. Bai Ziki glanced at Lin Tian, then looked at his sister and said. Bai Qiu nodded, then didn't say anything. At this time, it was much quieter than usual. Thank you for your trouble. The Bai family's patriarch looked at Lin Tian Dao. Naturally, he knew that Lin Tian knew something and deliberately sent Bai Qiu back to the Bai family. It's my pleasure, Lin Tian said. On this day, he didn't leave the Bai family and go to the upper heaven. Instead, he stayed in the Bai family and accompanied Bai Qiu for 7 days. After that, he took some time to engrave 9 complete celestial thunder killing formations and a more complete 9-sided eternal killing formation for the Bai family. He also gave the method of activating the formation to the head of the Bai family and others by imprinting it with his divine sense. This kind of killing array was undoubtedly many times stronger than the Bai family's clan protecting array. Some of the Bai family's big shots repeatedly thanked Lin Tiandao because, for a big family, the clan protecting array was very important. After that, another 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Tian said goodbye to Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, the Bai family's patriarch and others, and prepared to go to the upper heaven. The battles in the higher realms will definitely be very intense. You have to be very careful. Safety first. Bai Qiu said softly. Don't worry. Lin Tian nodded. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but curl its lips. Bai Qiu, you can rest assured. What is the saying again? Good people don't live long. Scourges live for thousands of years. This kid will definitely be fine. Lin Tian glanced at it, but at this time he didn't say anything. He said goodbye to Bai Qiu and others again, then left. He soared into the sky outside the Bai family like a golden lightning bolt, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Bai Qiu stared at the direction where Lin Tian went. Her eyes were filled with light, and she was slightly absent-minded. He has gone far. Bai Ziki said. Bai Qiu softly nodded and followed her brother into the depths of the family. The tomb of the mother of the siblings is in the depths of the family, in a scholar tree forest. After leaving the Bai family, Lin Tian's speed was very fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the eastern end of the second heaven. He appeared in front of the space-time portal leading to the third heaven, then stepped through it with Wuxing Crocodile and appeared in the third heaven. Let's go to the Ascension Dao Gate, he said. Whatever. Wuxing Crocodile lied on his head and responded calmly. After that, Lin Tian headed towards the Ascension Dao Gate. His speed wasn't too fast, and he arrived at the Ascension Dao Gate 2 days later. Sect Master. In front of the main gate of the Ascension Dao Gate, several disciples guarding the gate were surprised and overjoyed. They were all very excited. Soon, because of Lin Tian's return, the Ascension Dao Gate was in an uproar again. Lu Wei, the grand elder of this generation of the Ascension Dao Gate, and a group of reclusive elders came out and welcomed Lin Tian into a temple. Shui, you will temporarily stay in the first heaven to cultivate, Lin Tian said to Lu Wei, as long as she's happy. Lu Wei nodded, then smiled and said, but thinking about it, she should be very happy. I can see it from your expression. Lin Tianyi smiled. After a year of getting along with each other, Shui had a very good relationship with Ji Yu and the others. In the future, she would live and cultivate with Ji Yu and the others. Naturally, she wouldn't be unhappy. In a few days, I will go to the upper heavens to gain experience. Before that, I will perfect the sect protection array. He said, Okay. Lu Wei nodded. He already knew that Lin Tian was not only a powerful cultivator, but also a very outstanding array controller. Let us see the sect master's unparalleled array technique. Among the 12 reclusive elders, someone said with a smile. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. Without any hesitation, he walked out of the temple with Lu Wei. The 12 reclusive elders followed behind the two and soon arrived above the Ascension Dao Gate. At this moment, Lin Tian made his move. His left hand was behind his back, and the 5 fingers of his right hand jumped like lightning. He used the 5 dragon flash technique to engrave a powerful array pattern in the void of the Ascension Dao Gate. Each array pattern was magical, as if it had a consciousness of its own. Lu Wei and the 12 reclusive elders were all surprised. This old man has cultivated for so many years and has seen many powerful array controllers, but this is the first time I have seen such a magical method of engraving arrays. As expected of the sect master, among the 12 reclusive elders, a few of them spoke, their eyes full of brilliance. Lin Tian engraved 9 complete immortal thunder-killing arrays in a row above the Ascension Dao Gate. Then he spent more time to engrave the 9-sided eternal killing array. When he was done, he waved his hand and intertwined a little bit of soul power, causing these array patterns to completely disappear into the void. Then he passed the method to activate the array to Lu Wei and the 12 reclusive elders. Relying on these killing arrays and the dozens of immortal veins underground, anyone below the 3rd heavenly layer of enlightenment can be killed, he said. Lu Wei and the 12 reclusive elders' eyes shone brightly with unconcealable excitement. After that, another day passed quickly. In the early morning of this day, Lin Tian was ready to leave. Lu Wei and the 12 reclusive elders all walked out and personally sent him off. Grand Elder, reclusive elders, the sect is in your hands now. Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, I will leave 3 words. First, the sect is based on the disciples. All disciples must be fair and just when they cultivate in the sect. Second, warn that our disciples are strictly prohibited from killing each other. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. Third, our disciples are strictly prohibited from attacking ordinary mortals. At the same time, they must not rely on their strength to bully other cultivators at will. On the contrary, if other cultivators or sects bully our disciples at will, the sect will protect and counterattack, directly crushing them. His expression was serious, and his words were powerful. Yes, sect master. Except for Lu Wei, the supreme elder, the 12 reclusive elders all bowed and saluted. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Lin Tian nodded and nodded to Lu Wei. He directly turned and left. With one step, he was 1,000 feet away. In the blink of an eye, he was far away. At this time, his speed was very fast. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of a mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were continuous, as if huge dragons were lying on the ground. In the middle of the mountains were many palaces, surrounded by an atmosphere. This was one of the top forces in the Shun continent, the Purple Cloud Empire. He had some relations with the Purple Cloud dynasty. On this day, he came to the Purple Cloud dynasty and paid a visit to the emperor and ancestor of this lineage. Then he left Shenzhou with the help of the space transfer array of the Purple Cloud dynasty. Soon after, he arrived at the barbarian land. Chapter 9:23. There were many towering mountains in the barbarian lands, but there was not much vegetation on them. Moreover, the vegetation was rather peculiar. The leaves were like needles, giving people a feeling of sharpness. Lin Tian didn't care about this and directly flew towards the space-time portal leading to the 4th heaven. Soon after, he arrived at the 4th heaven through the space-time portal, then directly entered the 5th heaven through the space-time portal. It's really troublesome to climb layer by layer. If you have the strength of the Emperor realm, you wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian ignored it and directly flew towards the central region of the 5th heaven. At this time, he was preparing to enter the 6th heaven to find the sword, soul fragments, and temper himself. The space-time portal leading from the 5th heaven to the 6th heaven is located in the central region of this heaven. His speed is very fast. It didn't take long for him to enter the central region, causing many cultivators in this region to be shocked. Many people couldn't help but shrink their necks after seeing him. Isn't this the fierce man who defeated the chaotic body? He disappeared for more than a year, but now he has appeared again. Many people's hearts trembled. More than a year ago, Lin Tian killed Enlongjing's subordinates, Zhan Yuji, the young king of the central region, and finally defeated Enlongjing's true body, forcing Enlongjing to escape through the teleportation platform. It can be said that his fame has spread far and wide, shocking all the cultivators in this heaven. Even though more than a year has passed, they still haven't forgotten about him. Where did he go in the past year? It's as if he disappeared completely from this heaven. Yes, in the past year or so, the Zhan family of the 7th heaven sent several Wuxian powerhouses to kill him. The strongest one is already at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, but they never found him. Well, he seemed to have several companions at the beginning. Why is it only him and that crocodile monster now? Many cultivators whispered among themselves. Lin Tian didn't care about these people, but he heard their discussion very clearly. His eyes narrowed slightly. King Zhan family. They actually sent several batches of experts to hunt us down in this 1 year. How arrogant. When Lord Crocodile returns to his peak, I'll slap them all to death. Whooshing Crocodile bared its teeth. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He maintained the same speed and soon arrived at a wasteland in the central region. This wasteland was quite large, and there were broken boulders everywhere. The earth was brownish-brown, and there was not a single blade of grass in the surroundings, let alone any other vegetation. Lin Tian walked to the end of the wasteland, and a tall stone platform appeared in front of him. On the stone platform, there was a purple beam of light, as if it had existed since time immemorial. It was surrounded by an extremely dense aura of time, which was very shocking. This is the space-time portal to the sixth heaven, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Without any hesitation, he quickly climbed onto the stone platform with Whooshing Crocodile. Standing on the stone platform, he looked back at the fifth heaven, then stepped into the purple light beam. In the blink of an eye, darkness submerged him and Whooshing Crocodile. After an unknown amount of time, some light appeared in front of them. The space trembled slightly, and a void portal opened, directly shaking the man and the crocodile out. At this time, the man and the crocodile stood on the edge of a stone platform. It was also a space-time portal. There were many shrubs around it, and there were many large stones around it. This is the sixth heaven, Whooshing Crocodile said at this time. As an old monster, it has been to the first heaven, to the ninth heaven of the 10 directions heavens. Naturally, it is very clear. Lin Tian nodded and walked out of this place. Soon after, he saw the real sixth heaven. As far as the eye could see, the sky was vast and boundless, and the earth stretched on endlessly. The towering mountains were like dragons rushing into the depths of the clouds, and the majestic rivers flowed on the surface of the earth. It was like a magnificent painting of mountains and rivers. It's extraordinary. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He controls the dragon burial scripture and is good at observing the general trend of mountains and rivers. He can clearly feel the fluctuations of the earth veins intertwined with the mountains and rivers of this heaven. It's amazing. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips and said, "In the 10 directions heavens, the higher one goes, the more tyrannical the terrain is. There's nothing to be surprised about." Lin Tian naturally knows that the terrain of the 10 directions heavens is more amazing the higher one goes. He looked at the magnificent mountains and rivers, paused for a moment, then walked away. He planned to take a look at the vast sixth heaven first before starting his cultivation. He walked forward casually. What entered his eyes were the mountains, one after another. Every mountain had the roar of a beast echoing, shaking the earth and the void. He saw a 70-foot-long golden centipede standing up and spitting out demonic fog towards the sun. The demonic fog rolled like demonic clouds. He saw a stone demon scorpion crawling out of a cave. Its body was surrounded by intertwined poisonous light, corroding the air with a sizzling sound. He saw an illusory engraving condor soar into the sky. It spread its wings and directly stirred up a gust of wind, breaking all the vegetation within a radius of 30 feet. The tyrannical demonic power even cracked the void. They can easily kill an early-stage immortal cultivator. Lin Tiandao. His steps were very gentle. Looking at these savage beasts that appeared in the mountains, he was slightly surprised. This was not because he felt that these savage beasts were very strong. After all, these savage beasts were only comparable to the immortal Ascension realm. He could kill them with a raise of his hand. The reason why he was surprised was because he had seen many savage beasts of this level in the mountains. It was very rare to see so many powerful savage beasts of this level in the mountains in the lower levels of the heavenly domain. "Oh, don't come over." At this moment, a clear voice rang out, coming from not far away. Lin Tiandao followed the voice and saw a 5-year-old boy leaning against an old tree a few hundred feet away. He held a branch in his hand and waved it at the void in front of him. In front of him, a giant python as thick as a bucket was spitting out its red tongue. Its eyes were like a pair of lanterns as it slowly approached the boy. "Oh, don't come over. Let me tell you, I'm very strong. I'll send you flying." The boy waved the branch, threatening the giant python with a clear voice. Not far away, Lin Tiandao saw this scene and felt a little embarrassed. At the same time, he felt that this boy was quite interesting. One had to know that this boy was only about 5 years old. Ordinary children of this age would probably be crying in fear when facing such a giant python. However, this boy was not. Although he was a little flustered, he was not afraid. He has the aura of someone else's divine power and vital essence. He shouldn't be an ordinary child. There must be a cultivator among his parents or the people around him. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tiandao naturally saw this. Not only that, but the boy himself was also very intelligent. His clothes were also not ordinary. There was no way that he was a child of an ordinary family. If you come any closer, I'm going to attack. I'm really, really strong. I'm not lying to you. The boy's clear voice rang out again in the distance. However, how could the giant python retreat because of such a threat? It slowly approached the boy, and when it was within 10 feet of him, it suddenly sped up. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the little boy. Yellow saliva dripped onto the ground. Oh! The boy was so scared that he immediately shrank his neck and turned to run. As he ran, he looked behind him. Clang! It was also at this moment that the sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tiandao made his move. He casually slashed out a golden sword light which cut through the sky. The golden sword light was very fast and very sharp. In an instant, it chopped off the giant python's head. With a bang, the snake's head flew far away and happened to fall in the direction that the boy was running. This gave the boy another fright, and he hurriedly retreated. Looking at the bleeding snake head, he patted his small chest as if he was acting serious. It's dead. After muttering to himself, the little boy hurriedly looked back. First, he saw the corpse of the giant python that had abandoned its head. Then he quickly raised his head and saw Lin Tian. He immediately ran over. The boy was very young, but his body was very agile. Some ordinary adults could not compare to him. He quickly ran to Lin Tiandao's side, grabbed the corner of Lin Tiandao's clothes, and looked up at Lin Tiandao with bright eyes. It was you who cut the giant python in half and saved me, right? Thank you, Uncle. Uncle, you're really a good person. Lin Tiandao, no matter how you look at it, I'm still a teenager, right? This little guy actually called me Uncle the moment he opened his mouth. Whooshing Crocodile immediately laughed wildly. Uncle Lin, you're really a good person. Ah, Uncle Crocodile is dying of laughter. A few black lines appeared on Lin Tiandao's forehead. He really wanted to grab it and give it a few slaps. The little boy looked at Whooshing Crocodile, and his big eyes lit up. A crocodile that can talk and fly. Amazing. As he spoke, the little boy looked at Lin Tiandao. Uncle, this is your pet, right? Can I hug it? Whooshing Crocodile's laughter stopped abruptly. It was so angry that it gritted its teeth and stared fiercely at the little boy. Little guy, do you know how to talk? Look at your Uncle Crocodile. Which part of me looks like a pet? Believe it or not, Uncle Crocodile will swallow you alive. It looked fierce, but the little boy was not afraid at all. His big eyes were bright. He actually raised his hands high and jumped into the air, as if he wanted to grab Whooshing Crocodile and hug it. This made Whooshing Crocodile quite speechless. It couldn't help but roll its eyes. This little guy really treated it as a pet. He was not afraid of its fierce threat at all. Lin Tiandao looked at this scene and wanted to laugh, but he held it in. Immediately, in the next moment, he looked at the little boy. His gaze suddenly fell on the little boy's eyes, and he was suddenly shocked. A ray of light appeared in his eyes. Looking carefully, the little boy's eyes were bright. They were a little too bright, like the purest glass, untainted by any dust in the world. Kid, what's wrong? Whooshing Crocodile noticed his abnormality. Lin Tiandao was still looking at the little boy and responded, Look at his eyes! Eyes? What's wrong with his eyes? Whooshing Crocodile looked at the little boy's bright eyes suspiciously. After 3 breaths, it suddenly showed a surprised expression. This seems to be the legendary Young Eyes. P.S. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The dragon wishes everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, a happy family reunion, and happiness. Then, from today onwards, I will resume 2 chapters a day. I'm really tired recently. The dragon will adjust for a period of time before releasing more chapters. I will inform everyone in advance before releasing more chapters. Then, the 2nd chapter of today will be released at around 19 p.m. Chapter 924. The Yang Eye, also known as the Sun Eye, is a type of divine eye that is born innately. It is the opposite of the Yin Eye. This kind of divine eye can't be seen by ordinary people at all, even Wujin powerhouses. However, unfortunately, Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile have seen the Yin Eye, which is also a divine eye. Their perception of the Yang Eye is naturally very sensitive. In addition, one of them is the strongest reincarnation body, and the other is an old monster who is about to enter the Emperor realm. Therefore, they were able to see the Yang Eye at this time. For a moment, they couldn't help but look at the little boy in surprise. This little guy is actually a treasure. He actually has the Yang Eye. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. The Yang Eye and the Yin Eye opposed each other. The Yin Eye had the ability to absorb souls and was extremely terrifying. Back then, Lin Tian and the others had seen Taoist Pu Yuan use the Yin Eye to fight the Violet Fairy. Just by looking at those eyes from afar, their souls had almost collapsed. It was extremely terrifying. The Yang Eye and the Yin Eye are both divine eyes, and it is rumored that they are even stronger than the Yin Eye. They have the ability to see through illusions and easily see through the essence of many divine abilities and secret techniques, then break them down and destroy them. Moreover, there are also rumors that the Yang Eye contains powerful divine abilities, similar to the King's domain. Once it is cultivated, it will have the ability to transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. This, even the powerful Lin Tian was a little stunned at this time. He didn't expect to encounter a person with the Yang Eye as soon as he entered the 6th heaven. Moreover, it was a little boy who was only about 5 years old. The little boy's eyes were very bright. When he heard Whooshing Crocodile say that he has the Yang Eye, he blinked and looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Uncle, what is the Yang Eye? Do I have the Yang Eye?" The little boy looked at Lin Tian with a curious look. Lin Tian came back to his senses, and his face suddenly turned black. "Call me Big Brother." "Okay, Uncle." The little boy nodded, blinked, and asked, "Uncle, what is the Yang Eye? Do I have the Yang Eye?" Lin Tian, this unlucky child. Whooshing Crocodile laughed wildly again. "Uncle Lin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and explain to this little thing." Lin Tian clenched his fists and wanted to slap it away. He glanced at the little boy and said, "The Yang Eye, also known as the Sun's Eye, is a type of innately powerful eye." He felt that this little boy's family background should not be ordinary, and it was extremely likely that he was the descendant of some cultivation family. Thus, he did not hold back and directly told the boy everything he knew about the Yang Eye. After the little boy finished listening to Lin Tian's description of the Yang Eye, his big eyes suddenly became brighter. He completely understood, and didn't feel that it was inconceivable at all. He immediately jumped up and down happily, running around Lin Tian in circles. "Lin Tian!" The little boy ran circles around Lin Tian like an ordinary child who had received candy. He was extremely happy and only stopped after running a dozen circles around Lin Tian. He grabbed the bottom of Lin Tian's trousers and looked up at Lin Tian with his little head, his eyes full of little stars. "Uncle, you seem to be very powerful. Can you be my master? I will be very filial to you in the future." The little fellow looked at Lin Tian, his big eyes blinking, filled with hope. "Lin Tian, how do you know that I am very powerful? Is it because I cut the big snake that was chasing you in half and saved you?" He said. No. The little boy shook his head, looked up at Lin Tian and said, "My great-grandfather could fly into the sky and pluck clouds. He was the most powerful person in my family, but even my great-grandfather couldn't tell that I had the yang eye. But, Uncle, you could tell at a glance. So, Uncle, you must be very powerful, more powerful than my great-grandfather. The little boy's words were very clear and smooth. Only his voice was crisp, as if he had just been breastfed. Lin Tian was speechless. He was a little embarrassed by the way the little guy came up with an answer. However, from the little guy's words, he was able to confirm that this little guy was indeed a member of a cultivation family. He shook his head and said, "I don't accept disciples." He really didn't want to accept disciples. That was too troublesome. Even if this little guy had the yang eye, he wasn't interested. "Uncle, please accept me. I will be very filial to you. If I have meat to eat in the future, I will definitely share a mouthful of soup with you." Daddy said that this is benevolence. The little boy grabbed Lin Tian's trousers and shook them vigorously. Lin Tian. He knew what the little boy's father had said in the past. It must have been, "If I have meat to eat, I will share a mouthful of soup with you." The meaning of this sentence was to be loyal and enjoy blessings together. However, when these words came out of the little guy's mouth, why did it sound so different? What did he mean by, "If I have meat to eat in the future, I will definitely share a mouthful of soup with you"? "I don't accept disciples." He shook his head and then said, "Where do you live? I will send you back." He wouldn't accept disciples, but he also felt that this little guy was quite interesting. Now that he was alone in this mountain filled with savage beasts, it was really dangerous. He naturally couldn't leave the little guy here alone. Otherwise, the moment he left, the little guy might be swallowed by a savage beast. The giant python just now was the most direct example. "My name is Yi Tong. I snuck out from home to play and then I think I got lost." The little boy muttered in a low voice, and then his eyes lit up. He completely forgot about the fact that he snuck out and got lost. He unyieldingly grabbed Lin Tian's trousers and shook them even more vigorously. "Uncle, please do a good deed and accept me. I'm very obedient. Also, I read a book before. It said that good people don't live long disaster. No, good people will be rewarded. Uncle, if you accept me and become a good person, you will definitely receive good retribution in the future." Lin Tian's eyelids twitched. Did this unlucky child know how to use words? What did he mean by "will receive good retribution"? Could there be good retribution? "I won't accept you," he said again. On the side, Whooshing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian and the little boy, and laughed so hard that he almost hit the ground. Lin Tian glanced at Whooshing Crocodile, then looked at the little boy and said, "I'll send you back." From the little boy's words, he could already tell that the little boy was a descendant of a cultivation family with the surname Yi. As such, he only needed to find a few cultivators in this heaven and ask which cultivation family had the surname Yi. It was very easy to find this family. The little boy's eyes were bright. He no longer just tugged at Lin Tian's trousers. This time he directly hugged Lin Tian's thigh. "Uncle, I suddenly don't want to go home. Please accept me." Boom! Suddenly, dense immortal spirit light shot out from a mountain in the distance. Powerful spirit energy, fluctuations rolled out in all directions, causing the void to rumble and shatter inch by inch, interrupting the little boy's words. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile were both shocked. The spirit energy fluctuations were too powerful and too dense. Even with their current cultivation, they couldn't help but be moved. Over there, it seems to be the fluctuations of an origin vein. And it doesn't seem to be just one origin vein. At least, there are 5 complete origin veins intertwined there. Whooshing Crocodile looked in the direction of the mountain and exclaimed. It had cultivated with an origin vein before, so it was naturally very familiar with the spirit energy, fluctuations of an origin vein. Lin Tian cultivated the dragon burial scripture, so he could naturally see it with a glance. The light of dragon inscriptions flashed in his eyes. "Kid, go take a look." If we dig out the origin vein there and refine it, we should be able to immediately raise our cultivation by a small level. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up and said, "Take the little guy by my feet with you for now. We'll send him back later." Lin Tian's eyes also lit up a little. When he heard Whooshing Crocodile's words, he nodded slightly. "Let's do that." With that, a golden divine light rushed out of his body and enveloped the little boy. He directly rose into the air and walked towards the mountain in the distance. "Uncle, so you can fly too?" The little boy's eyes lit up even more. Lin Tian glanced at him and ignored him. He wrapped the little boy in golden divine light and brought him to his side. He was very fast and soon appeared in the sky above the mountain. At this moment he stood in the sky and looked down. He saw that a large part of the surface of the mountain had collapsed, forming a large black hole. Dense light mist rolled around the hole. This light mist was formed by incomparably powerful spirit energy. It was like a barrier that could not be seen with the naked eye, and even divine sense could not see through it. He descended from the sky and arrived at the edge of the hole formed by the collapse of the ground. Dragon inscriptions spread under his feet and quickly sank into the ground. Not long after, his eyes lit up as he saw 6 complete origin veins below. They were like 6 true dragons, intertwining with extremely dense spirit energy. Moreover, it seemed that it was this dense spirit energy that had collapsed the surface of the mountain and formed the hole. Almost at the same time, the little boy hugging his right leg opened his mouth and pointed at the hole, saying, "Oh, Uncle, there seem to be 6 huge dragons down there." Lin Tian was immediately moved. With such a dense spirit energy light mist gathered at the edge of the hole, ordinary great Tao masters would not be able to see clearly what was down there. He had only sensed the existence of the 6 origin veins by using the dragon burial scripture. However, this little boy could actually see the 6 origin veins with his naked eye and express them. This is the eye of the sun? It really lives up to its name. He was slightly surprised. "Kid, how is it?" Whooshing Crocodile spoke at this moment. Lin Tian moved his gaze away from the little boy and looked down at the hole, saying, 6 complete origin veins." As expected, Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up even more. He said, "Hurry up, rush down and refine it." Lin Tian nodded, rose into the air, and went down into the hole. "Back down. My dark heart sword sect will take over." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from afar. A dozen figures rushed over, led by a black-clothed youth. The voice also came from this black-clothed youth. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Lin Tian. At the same time, this black-clothed youth directly made his move. He raised his hand and slashed out a dozen sharp sword rays. Clang! For a moment, the ear-piercing sound of swords reverberated. A dozen sword rays flew over, each of them intertwining with an astonishing, killing aura. They enveloped Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile, and one of them was even aimed directly at the little boy beside Lin Tian. Chapter 9:25. Lin Tian's face darkened. It was one thing for this black-clothed youth to attack him for no reason, but he didn't even let a 5-year-old child go. It was really a little vicious. "Damn it, you're only at the 9th level of the Ascension Realm. How dare you be so arrogant?" Whooshing Crocodile gritted his teeth. A golden divine light rushed out of Lin Tian's body and spread out like ripples, shattering the dozens of sword rays that rushed over. Such a scene shocked the black-clothed youth and the dozens of cultivators behind him. Although that was just the nether heart killing light casually released by the Holy Sun, it was enough to kill an ordinary 7th heaven reaching immortal expert. However, it was blocked. The dozens of cultivators behind the black-clothed youth were shocked. These cultivators were from the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect, and the black-clothed youth was obviously the saint of this generation of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. Seeing that Lin Tian blocked his Dark Heart sword, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and his expression became even colder. His right hand moved slightly, and the divine power on the surface of his body suddenly became stronger. A killing light surrounded him, and he was obviously going to attack Lin Tian and the others a second time. Uncle, that bad guy is going to hit us again." The little boy, Yi Tong, hugged Lin Tian's thigh like an octopus and shouted at Lin Tian in a crisp voice. Lin Tian looked at the black-clothed youth who was rushing over with an indifferent expression. The tip of his right hand flickered with sword rays, and he was about to slash out. But in the next moment, his gaze moved away from the black-clothed youth, and he looked in several directions outside the mountain. Almost at the same time, powerful waves of divine power appeared in the distance, and many figures rushed over quickly. "My blood rainbow immortal sect wants this place." A wild laugh came from the east. "What a joke! This place belongs to my ink feather origin hall." A cold voice came from the west. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures rushed over from the east and west. The east was led by a young man in iron armor, and the west was led by a young man in luxurious clothes. All of them were at the 9th level of the Ascension realm. At the same time, outside the mountain, figures approached one after another. Quite a few cultivators came from afar, their eyes shining brightly. Just now, the spirit chi from the 6 source veins at the foot of the mountain had burst through the surface due to excessive expansion. The spirit chi rushed into the sky like an immortal light, causing many nearby cultivators to sense it. At that moment, they all rushed over. At this time, most of the people who had rushed over were rogue cultivators. When they saw the cave formed by the collapse of the mountain and felt the powerful spirit light, they were all very excited. Although they couldn't see what was inside the cave because of the spirit energy at the edge of the cave, with such powerful spirit energy, they could guess that there was definitely something very shocking and priceless inside the cave. Of course, at this time, these cultivators also noticed Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was right above the cave. Who is this person? And with a child? Who cares who he is? It's not important. What's important is the thing under the cave. The spiritual energy down there is so strong. There might even be a super divine treasure beneath it. If you can get it, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Many people's eyes lit up. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. In the distance, the black-clothed youth from the Dark Heart Sword sect looked indifferent, and his voice was very cold. "This place has been taken over by the Dark Heart Sword sect. Whoever dares to have any ideas about this place will die." His voice was very emotionless. Immediately, the rogue cultivators were shocked and looked up. "This is the Saint of the Dark Heart Sword sect. Why is he here?" For a moment, these cultivators' faces turned ugly. In the beginning, when these cultivators rushed over, their eyes were fixed on the cave. They didn't look around at all, so they didn't see the Dark Heart Saint. As for discovering Lin Tian, it was because Lin Tian was standing right above the cave. It was impossible for them not to see him. "Dark Heart Saint, you said you're from the Dark Heart Sword sect. So you're from the Dark Heart Sword sect? Do you think you're an emperor?" A cold voice came from the west. There, the youth in luxurious clothes spoke with a purple folding fan in his hand. Some rogue cultivators looked over and were shocked again. "The Saint of the Ink Feather, Yuan Hall." These people were shocked. Then, a cold and wild laugh came from the east. The youth in the iron armor spoke with a domineering attitude. "Who is it? Let's talk with our strength. I said this is mine. It's my rainbow blood immortal sect." Many cultivators looked in the direction of the voice, and their expressions changed again. "That's the Saint of the Rainbow Blood Immortal Sect. He's at the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Few people in the same generation are his match." Someone couldn't help but say. For a moment, the expressions of the rogue cultivators who came to this place changed again and again. The Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall, and the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect. Why are people from these 3 great sects here? and their saint is here too. These cultivators were shocked. However, the surprise on their faces soon disappeared, and their expressions became somewhat unsightly. They came for the things in the cave, but they didn't expect the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall, and the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect to be here. Moreover, the saint of this generation was also here. So, how could they have a share of the things in the cave? Oh, uncle, there are so many terrifying people here. Above the cave, little Yi Tong hugged Lin Tian's thigh and looked at the group of cultivators who came to this mountain. Lin Tian looked calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Wuxing Crocodile opened his mouth and introduced to Lin Tian the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall, and the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect are the third-level forces in this heaven. Their overall strength is equivalent to the Bone Clan in the fourth heaven. It used to be at the peak of Nirvana realm and had been to the first heaven, to the ninth heaven. Therefore, it was naturally very familiar with the distribution of strength in the sixth heaven. Lin Tian nodded casually and didn't care. He glanced indifferently at the black-clothed youth of the Dark Heart Sword sect, then looked back at the cave below and stepped down, courting death. In the distance, the black-clothed saint of the Dark Heart Sword sect's eyes suddenly turned cold. He stepped up directly, and killing intent intertwined around his body. A cold snort came from the west. The saint of the Ink Feather Yuan Hall shook the folding fan in his hand and also stepped into the cave. Hey! In the east, the saint of the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect sneered. His iron armor was intertwined with black light, and he also stepped into the cave. The saint of the Dark Heart Sword sect stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were the coldest. He raised his hand and swept out hundreds of killing intent, all of which rushed towards Lin Tian. Don't block the way. The saint of the Ink Feather Yuan Hall said indifferently, looking at Lin Tian above the cave. He waved his right hand, and a large amount of killing intent attacked. The saint of the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect was the most ferocious. He directly blasted out a killing fist light, pressing down on Lin Tian's head. Suddenly, the void rumbled and distorted inch by inch. Many rogue cultivators were shocked by the attacks of these three people. Is that person stupid? The saint of the three sects came here and said that they would seize this place. He actually had the idea of going to the cave. Isn't he courting death? Now he has provoked the saint of the three sects to attack him together. He's dead. Nonsense. I guess there won't even be ashes left. Many people shook their heads. It was also at this time that the killing intent of the black-clothed youth and the other two had already arrived in front of Lin Tian. Uncle, quickly dodge. Little Yi Tong hugged Lin Tian's thigh and shouted. She shrunk her neck and hugged Lin Tian's thigh even tighter. Lin Tian looked indifferent. Golden divine light surged around his body, and he did not move at all. Then, in the next moment, the killing intent of the three people landed on his body. In an instant, the sky was filled with divine light, completely covering the space around him. It was difficult to see through it with the naked eye, and cracks appeared in the surrounding void. He's dead. What else can he do? Those are the saints of the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall, and the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect. How can an ordinary person block them? Speaking of which, at the beginning, why was that person standing above the cave? Isn't it simple? That person should have arrived here first. Then the Dark Heart Sword sect and the other two sects arrived. That should be the case. Many cultivators discussed softly. Uncle, are we still alive? Suddenly, a crisp voice came from the divine light directly above the cave. Suddenly, all the cultivators' faces changed. It's the voice of the child who is hugging that person's thigh. That child is fine. This means that person is also fine. Many people widened their eyes. Not only these people, but the Dark Heart Saint Sun, the Ink Feather Saint Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Saint Sun also changed their expressions. Even the disciples of their sects who came with them were shocked. At this moment, they all looked at the sky above the cave. Looking at the sky above the cave, the divine light spread out. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light, and he was safe and sound. Even the corner of his clothes was not damaged at all. This, the saints of the three sects attacked together, but they did not hurt him at all. How is this possible? All the rogue cultivators were shocked. The Dark Heart Saint Sun, the Ink Feather Saint Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Saint Sun were also shocked. Then their faces darkened. "You have some strength," the Dark Heart Saint Sun said coldly. The divine power outside his body suddenly surged, and a huge sword surrounded by black light rushed out from behind him. As the huge sword appeared, the surrounding space suddenly collapsed inch by inch. The murderous light overflowed, and it was horrifying. This is one of the 4 superpowers of the Dark Heart Sword sect, the God-slaying Dark Sword. Many cultivators' faces changed. Little Yi Tong hugged Lin Tian's thigh, and her bright eyes widened. "Uncle, this seems very powerful." The whooshing crocodile looked at her from the corner of his eyes. "Little brat, how is this powerful? Your grandpa crocodile can crush it with a breath." Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He looked at the Dark Heart Saint Sun, raised his hand, and shot out a golden light. This golden light looked very ordinary, and its speed was not fast. However, it had an unstoppable divine power. Before it even got close, it had already crushed all the divine power outside the Dark Heart Saint Sun's body, causing the huge sword behind him to shatter. Suddenly, the Dark Heart Sword Sect's saint's expression changed, and the indifference on his face turned into shock. "You, poof!" The golden light rushed past. It was like the light of a heavenly tribulation, and it directly crushed him. Chapter 9:26. The Underworld Heart Saint Sun exploded, and blood mist floated in the air. Instantly, all the cultivators were shocked. "What? The Underworld Heart Saint Sun is dead!" "That man, he!" The expressions of many cultivators changed drastically. The powerful Underworld Heart Saint Sun, who was at the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, was killed by a finger. At this time, even the Saint Sun of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect and the Saint Sun of the Ink Feather Origin Palace were shocked. "Saint, no. How is this possible?" The other cultivators of the Underworld Heart Sword Sect, who came with the Underworld Heart Saint Sun, were shocked, frightened, and angry. Their Saint Sun was killed in this place. Damn it! An angry disciple of the Underworld Heart Sword Sect could not hold back. He held up a quasi-immortal weapon and attacked Lin Tian. With a rumble, the space was distorted by the pressure. The momentum was extraordinary. Lin Tian flicked his finger, and a golden light flew past, crushing the quasi-immortal weapon and crushing the Underworld Heart Sword Sect disciple. At this time, the cultivators were even more shocked, and their faces changed again. That man was the junior brother of the Underworld Heart Saint Sun. He was at the 2nd heaven of the connecting immortal realm, but it was just a flick of a finger, and this! Many cultivators were shocked. At the same time, the other cultivators of the Underworld Heart Sword Sect were trembling. They stared at Lin Tian, and there was only fear in their eyes. "Wow. Uncle, you're so powerful. I've decided you're my master. My master is above." Little Yi Tong hugged Lin Tian's thigh, and her eyes were shining like stars. After thinking for a while, it seemed that she could not salute him now. So she said, "I'll salute you later." Not far away, the Ink Feather Saint Sun and the Blood Rainbow Saint Sun stared at Lin Tian, and their faces became serious. "Your strength is extraordinary. May I know which sect you belong to?" The Ink Feather Saint Sun asked in a deep voice. On the other side, the Blood Rainbow Saint Sun stared at Lin Tian. He was shocked by Lin Tian's strength and did not act rashly. Lin Tian glanced at the two of them. Did you want to kill me just now? Staring at Lin Tian and hearing Lin Tian's words, the ink feather saint narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian didn't answer his question, but instead asked such a question. Obviously, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Sir, aren't you being a little too arrogant? Do you think you're already invincible in this world? The ink feather saint said. Lin Tian's eyes fell on the ink feather saint. He raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a hurricane swept out. With a bang, the ink feather saint was swept dozens of feet away. Holy Sun! The other disciples of Mo Yuan Hall, who came with Saint Sun of Mo Yuan Hall, were shocked. The ink feather saint rolled dozens of feet away, blood gushing out of his mouth. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and fear. He was at the 9th heaven of fairy realm, but he couldn't even block Lin Tian's palm wind. He was seriously injured at the moment. Lin Tian stared at the ink feather saint Sun. You tried to kill me as soon as you arrived, and you dare to say that I'm arrogant? Who's more arrogant? As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed out a golden light. The golden light was extremely fast. In an instant, it went directly between the eyebrows of the ink feather saint Sun and shattered his sea of consciousness. Then, in the next moment, the body of the ink feather saint Sun exploded. Blood splattered and dyed the surroundings red. Holy Sun! The other disciples of Mo Yuan Hall were horrified. The holy son of their sect had been killed. In the distance, the other practitioners were also shocked, and their hearts palpitated. The holy son of Dark Heart, Swordsmanship Sect, and Mo Yuan Hall were actually... Everyone was horrified. Lin Tian looked at the blood rainbow Saint Sun and said, You tried to kill me just now. Now I'll give you a chance. Apologize and I won't kill you. Hearing that, the blood rainbow Saint Sun's face fell. How could he apologize? He stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, You're too arrogant. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You killed the holy son of Dark Heart, Swordsmanship Sect, and his junior brother, and the holy son of Mo Yuan Hall. You've already offended 2 big forces. If you attack me again, you'll offend 3 big forces at once. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the blood rainbow, Saint Sun. His expression didn't change at all. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat. I'm just stating a fact. The blood rainbow, Saint Sun, said coldly. Lin Tian was expressionless. He didn't say anything. He raised his hand and pointed out a golden light at the blood rainbow Saint Sun. The blood rainbow, Saint Sun's face changed greatly. He didn't expect Lin Tian to ignore his threat and attack him directly. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and quickly propped up a Dao soldier-grade bell to protect himself. At the same time, he retreated quickly to avoid the golden light. However, the power of the golden light was beyond his imagination. When it pressed down, it sealed the void around him completely. He couldn't move after taking a step back. He stared at Lin Tian with fear in his eyes. Stop! I'm warning you. Poof! The golden divine light crushed the precious bell, interrupting his next words. Then, with a pu sound, it shattered into pieces. Holy Sun! The other disciples of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect were shocked and trembled. After the Holy Son of Dark Heart Swordsmanship Sect and the Holy Son of Mo Yuan Hall, their Holy Son was also killed. At the same time, the other disciples were even more frightened. At this time, they couldn't utter a single word. Only little Yi Tong's eyes were full of light. He hugged Lin Tian's thigh tightly like a porcelain doll. His little face was full of worship. He raised his head and looked at Lin Tian. Master, you're so powerful. Whooshing Crocodile looked at him and said, Little brat, I already said that I won't accept you as my disciple. Why are you calling me master? Yes, master. Little Yi Tong had a firm expression. Together with his crisp voice, he looked quite cute. Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't want to bother with this little guy anymore. Lin Tian didn't care. He looked at the other disciples of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship Sect, Mou Yuan Hall and Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, with a calm and indifferent expression. This made the disciples of these three sects tremble. Many of them couldn't help but retreat. They were afraid that Lin Tian would kill them. "You, what do you want?" A disciple of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect opened his mouth and couldn't help but tremble. He was really scared by Lin Tian's strength. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the disciples of the three sections. He only gave them a casual glance before retracting his gaze. He stood in the air above the cave. His 5 fingers moved at the same time, interweaving strands of soul light. He spent 2 hours to engrave a complete 7th rank immortal thunder killing formation, a corner of the eternal killing formation, as well as 3 great sealing formations that isolated aura. "If you don't want to die, don't come near here," he said to the cultivators around him. He and Whooshing Crocodile were going to refine the 6 origin veins in the cave. Naturally, they couldn't be disturbed by outsiders. At this time, he engraved a mortal thunder killing formation and a corner of the eternal killing formation. It was enough to set his mind at ease. Even if a Wuxian expert came, he could completely block them. At the same time, the 3 great sealing formations he engraved could cover everything in the cave. He wasn't afraid of exposing anything. After this, he no longer cared about the people nearby. He broke through the spiritual energy light mist at the edge of the cave and entered the cave. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing him disappear into the cave, the cultivators in this place suddenly felt their bodies relax a little, as if a 10,000 gene boulder had been removed from their shoulders. However, these people's eyes were still filled with shock. They looked at the places where the Dark Heart Sword Sect's Holy Sun, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall's Holy Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect's Holy Sun had exploded. They felt a chill in their hearts. The Dark Heart Sword Sect's Holy Sun, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall's Holy Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect's Holy Sun were all killed. They were all killed with just 1 finger. How dare he be so bold? He actually killed the Holy Sun of the Dark Heart Sword Sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall's Holy Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect's Holy Sun. Isn't he afraid that these 3 sects will take revenge and hunt him down? Moreover, his strength is too terrifying. He looks like he's in his 20s. I don't think I've heard of such a person in the same generation. This, all the cultivators' hearts trembled. At this time, looking in the direction of the cave, many of the cultivators' hearts palpitated. Among them, some of them actually wanted to rush into the cave to search for treasures. However, when they thought of Lin Tian's terrifying strength and what Lin Tian had said before entering the cave, none of them dared to move. What a joke! How could an ordinary person dare to provoke someone who could kill an expert of the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm with just 1 finger? The cultivators of the Dark Heart Sword Sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall's Holy Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect's Holy Sun were all terrified. At this time, they all retreated in a direction. Their Holy Sun had been killed, and they had to return to report to their respective elders and masters. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators of the 3 sects had left this place far away. In the mountain, the edge of the cave was hazy with light and fog, blocking everyone's vision. Even divine sense could not see through it. At this time, Lin Tian arrived at the bottom of the cave. The space below wasn't big and was very narrow. Clearly, it had just formed after the origin veins, spirit chi, surged out. When he arrived at the bottom of the cave, the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered and spread out in all directions. Soon, some of the soil below broke open, revealing the 6 origin veins in his vision. At a glance, the 6 Genesis veins truly resembled 6 true dragons. Scales had already grown in some places, completely formed from the interweaving of spirit energy. Yi Tong's large eyes sparkled as she stared at the 6 Genesis veins. She lifted her little head to look at Lin Tian like a curious baby as she asked in a crisp voice, "Master, what are these things? They don't look like real dragons." Lin Tian glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. "Don't call me master." The little girl immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. "Master is master. Master, don't abandon me. Lin Tian, this unlucky child." At this time, he used the dragon patterns to make the 6 origin veins truly manifest. The spirit chi in this space was extremely dense, as if a spirit chi ocean had formed. It was incomparably astonishing. I really didn't expect there to be 6 complete origin veins intertwined in this place. This is really a huge gain. After refining them, Lord Crocodile can probably directly advance by 2 small stages. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian's eyes also lit up. Looking at the 6 origin veins, he said to little Yi Tong, "You stay here and don't move." Little Yi Tong was very intelligent, but she had yet to truly embark on the path of cultivation and was unable to endure the boundless spirit energy within the Genesis vein. If she accidentally wandered around and ended up barging into the Genesis vein, she could very well end up in trouble. Chapter 9:27. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, little Yi Tong nodded repeatedly, a serious look on his face as he said in a clear voice, "Don't worry, master, I will be very obedient. I won't move, not even a little." Lin Tian, a 5-year-old boy with such a serious expression, really made him feel a little ashamed. He gave little Yi Tong a few more words of advice before turning back to the 6 Genesis veins and walking towards them. Whooshing Crocodile let out an excited howl as it flapped its wings and entered. The moment they entered, both man and crocodile felt extremely comfortable, the pores on their bodies opening. The combination of 6 Genesis veins is indeed extraordinary. Whooshing Crocodile bared its teeth, its eyes filled with excitement. Lin Tian ignored it. After entering, he immediately sat down on a spot and began to circulate the Sun Heart Sutra, frantically absorbing the essence of the surrounding Genesis veins. Whooshing Crocodile howled as it began to circulate the ancient Beast Race Sutra, causing the essence of the Genesis veins to rush towards it. For a time, the essence of the 6 Genesis veins began to boil like waves in the ocean. BZZ, golden light intertwined on the surface of Lin Tian's body as the surging Genesis vein essence entered his body, quickly nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood, including his organs. The aura from his body immediately began to rise little by little as the golden light gradually grew stronger. "Yeah." A soft voice suddenly sounded in his body. Beside his life essence, the little fellow in the divine egg woke up. It was very happy when it sensed the powerful essence of the Genesis veins. The runes on the surface of the egg lit up as it began to absorb the surrounding Genesis vein essence alongside Lin Tian. For a time, even more Genesis vein essence surged towards Lin Tian, drowning him. Lin Tian was naturally able to sense all of this. He chuckled to himself and focused his mind, tempering his body with the spirit chi of the source vein. At the same time, he began to comprehend his own great Tao. Strands of Tao law began to intertwine. He absorbed the powerful Genesis vein essence to cover himself, tempering his body while comprehending the great Tao. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and the great Tao law intertwining from his body grew stronger and stronger. 18 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The golden divine light and great Tao radiance around Lin Tian's body had reached its peak. Next, a dazzling light shone from between his brows as astonishing spirit energy intertwined. In the next moment, a powerful force rushed out of his body with a boom. The great Tao light around his body grew even stronger, and the golden divine light became much purer. 7 layers of the great Tao. He opened his eyes, and a ray of light flashed across them. The essence of the 6 Genesis veins was too rich. In just 18 hours, he had forcibly broken through to the 7th layer of the Great Tao with the help of the extremely rich Genesis vein essence. At this time, he felt his physical body grow a little stronger, and his blood and qi become more vigorous. The divine power in his body was like the rolling yellow river, and the Great Tao Law was more powerful. Master, master. In front, Yi Tong saw Lin Tian open his eyes and immediately waved at Lin Tian, blinking her big bright eyes. Lin Tian saw that Yi Tong was still standing in the same place, without moving. He thought that this little girl was indeed quite obedient, and nodded at her before closing his eyes again. At this time, there was still half of the essence of the 6th Genesis veins left. He was prepared to consolidate his cultivation at the 7th layer of the Great Tao. Afterwards, if there was still essence left, he could continue to cultivate. He closed his eyes slightly and circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. BZZ. For a time, the golden light around his body danced like golden flames, and the brilliance of the Great Tao Law became even stronger. Soon, another 2 hours passed, and he had completely consolidated his cultivation at the 7th layer of the Great Tao. During this process, he also carefully observed the divine egg beside his life essence. He found that the divine egg still showed no signs of cracking, which surprised him a little. How much essence does the little guy inside need to absorb to break out of the shell? He muttered to himself. He calculated that the little guy in the divine egg had absorbed a lot of heaven and earth spirit chi, but the shell of the divine egg still showed no signs of cracking. This surprised him. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that the little guy inside was really extraordinary. I really don't know where this little guy came from. He muttered to himself. At this time, there was still a lot of essence left in the surrounding Genesis vein. He paused, shook his head, and continued to cultivate. Outside the cave, many of the unaffiliated cultivators had not left. They were still surrounding the cave, staring at it. That person has been down there for 20 hours, but I can't sense any aura at all. I really don't know what kind of treasure is down there. A cultivator said. A group of cultivators stared the cave, their eyes shining brightly. Since 20 hours have passed, shouldn't we try to go down and take a look? Someone whispered. As soon as this was said, many cultivators were moved. The light in their eyes became even brighter, but they soon shook their heads. Forget it, that person is too scary. Moreover, that person said before that if we don't want to die, don't go near the cave. If we rashly rush over and anger that person, then the young cultivator spoke. Although he did not finish his sentence, the people here understood what he wanted to say. Many people nodded in agreement. After all, more than 20 hours ago, they had all seen with their own eyes how terrifying Lin Tian was. At this time, they really did not dare to risk their lives to go near the cave. Forget it, let's leave. Yeah, this place has nothing to do with us. Many people shook their heads. Many cultivators turned around and walked into the distance. Boom! At this moment, an extremely strong fluctuation of divine power suddenly surged in the distant sky. Vaguely, there were great Tao laws intertwined within it. As far as the eye could see, silhouettes could be seen flashing from the east, west, and south. There were over 10 silhouettes in each position, and all of them were Grand Tao experts. The fluctuations of Tao laws outside their bodies were simply too obvious, causing all the cultivators here to be shocked. Some of the cultivators who were about to leave could not help but stop in their tracks. It's the people from Dark Heart Sword Sect, Ink Feather Origin Hall, and Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect. The saints of these 3 great sects were killed. The disciples of these 3 great sects who came here previously rushed back to their respective sections. At this time, the great Tao realm experts from their respective sects were attracted. All the cultivators were moved. Rumble. The void rumbled. In the next moment, the people in the 3 positions in the distant sky all rushed to this place. 3 great Tao experts from Dark Heart Sword Sect came. So did Ink Feather Origin Hall. 3 great Tao experts from Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect also came. They are all elders of their respective sects. It seems like the weakest one is at the second heaven of the great Tao. These cultivators were shocked. Many cultivators retreated. At this moment, they knew very well why the great Tao experts of these 3 great sects came. The saints of their sects were killed, so these people were naturally here to kill. The elders of the 3 great sects rushed here. Their eyes were filled with anger and killing intent as they stared directly at the cave. Elder, that person went into the cave. A disciple of Darkheart Sword Sect pointed at the cave and said hatefully. At the same time, the disciples of Ink Feather Origin Hall and Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect also spoke and pointed at the cave. These disciples had come here with the saints of their respective sections. They had seen Lin Tian enter the cave with their own eyes. At this moment, 3 great Tao Realm Elders from each of the 3 great sects came. Their faces were filled with shocking killing intent. That thief, did he come out? A great Tao Realm Elder from Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect looked at the group of cultivators in the distance and asked. His eyes were filled with killing intent. This gaze caused the group of cultivators in the distance to palpitate. They quickly shook their heads and said no. Bastard! The great Tao Realm Elder from Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect shifted his gaze back to the cave. The killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. Go down and capture him. Skin him alive and light him up. Damn it! The great Tao Realm Elders from Darkheart Sword Sect and Ink Feather Origin Hall were furious. Among them, one of the elders from Darkheart Sword Sect was the first to rush toward the cave. I'll make you regret being born into this world. This person's eyes were slightly red. As he stepped toward the cave, he raised his hand and slashed out a destructive sword energy toward the cave. With a clang, the destructive sword energy landed near the cave in the blink of an eye, causing the cultivators in the area to tremble. They were shocked by the power of the sword energy. A cultivator whispered, "This is a great Tao expert. A casual slash has such power. Although that person is powerful, he shouldn't be able to block it." Boom! At this moment, the void near the cave trembled, directly interrupting the cultivator's words. As far as the eye could see, as the destructive sword energy slashed out by the great Tao Realm Elder from Darkheart Sword Sect approached the cave, lines of formation runes appeared in the void near the cave. Each line was like a huge dragon, emitting an extremely terrifying killing intent. They immediately crushed the destructive sword energy slashed out by the great Tao Realm Elder from Darkheart Sword Sect. At the same time, the dense formation runes shook slightly. Killing light and lightning flashed together, following the direction of the sword energy, slashing toward the great Tao Realm Elder from Darkheart Sword Sect. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. They were shocked by the scene. The great Tao Realm Elder from Darkheart Sword Sect, who slashed out the sword energy, felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately felt a great threat and quickly retreated. However, the lightning and killing light that rushed toward him were too fast. The speed was extremely shocking. He couldn't dodge at all. He was directly struck, and his sturdy Tao body exploded in the void. Elder. The expressions of the disciples from Darkheart Sword Sect changed drastically. The expressions of the other 2 Sword Sect elders also changed drastically. At the same time, the few great Tao Realm Elders and disciples from Ink Feather Origin Hall and Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect were also shocked. Ah! A furious roar sounded. The great Tao Realm Elder from Darkheart Sword Sect, who had been slashed into pieces, roared. He used his spirit to wrap the pieces of flesh and bones and move dozens of feet away. He reassembled his body with difficulty. His face became much paler, and the anger in his eyes became even more intense. Of course, there was also a trace of unconcealable fear among them. Not far away, a group of rogue cultivators was also shocked. There's a killing formation here. These cultivators stared at the killing runes near the cave and couldn't help but be shocked. Then, among them, a cultivator suddenly thought of something and said in a trembling voice. That person, before entering the cave, seemed to have drawn something in the void near the cave. That was actually drawing a killing formation. That person is also a powerful array manipulator. Many cultivators' hearts palpitated. Almost at the same time, Lin Tian, who was cultivating in the Genesis vein below the cave, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 faint rays of light flashed across them. He had drawn an immortal thunder killing formation and a corner of the eternal killing formation in the void near the cave. Now that someone was approaching and attacking, the killing formation was activated. Naturally, he could sense it. P.S. Today's second update will be around 9 p.m. Also, I've been releasing a lot of updates recently, so the update time has been a little unstable recently. Sorry about that. Dragon will adjust well these few days and then fix the update time every day. When the time comes, I'll tell everyone in the article. Oh, I'll try to finish it before next Saturday. Chapter 928. Sitting cross-legged in the source vein, Lin Tian sensed the fluctuation of the killing runes on the cave. A faint light intertwined in his eyes, but he didn't care. His expression didn't change at all. Through the fluctuations of the array pattern he had carved on the cave, he could clearly feel that the cultivation level of the person who had activated the array was not higher than the 5th heaven of the Great Path. Such a level of strength was no different from an ant in front of the immortal thunder killing array and the corner of the eternal killing array that he had carved. It would not affect his cultivation in the slightest. At the same time, he could roughly guess who was the one who activated the formation. It was definitely related to the holy princes from the 3 great sects that he had killed before. It was someone from those 3 great sections. Master, what's wrong with you? Yi Tong sat in the same spot. Seeing Lin Tian open his eyes, she asked crisply, blinking her big bright eyes. This was because Lin Tian had not only engraved the immortal lightning killing formation and a corner of the eternal killing formation, but he had also engraved 3 sealing formations. Therefore, the vibrations from above could not be transmitted to below, and the little fellow and the 5-element crocodile could not feel it. Lin Tian glanced at Yi Tong. It was already difficult for him to correct the word master from the little one, but he really couldn't do so. It's nothing, he replied. After saying that, he closed his eyes again and circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. The golden light intertwining around his body also became stronger. For a moment, the spirit chi in the surrounding source vein surged towards him like a rolling ocean. Above the cave, strands of runes intertwined like true dragons. Killing intent filled the air, shocking everyone. This killing formation is not simple. The expressions of the elders from the Dark Heart Sword Sect, Ink Feather Origin Hall, and Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect all froze. They were all great Tao realm experts. At this time, they naturally felt the terror of the killing formation near the cave. This was especially so for the expert from the Dark Heart Sword Sect, who had just been chopped into pieces. He was the clearest about this. When the lightning and killing light attacked, it was as if it had suppressed everything around it. He couldn't even dodge, and his body was crushed in the blink of an eye. Let's attack together and break the killing formation here. A Grand Tao Elder of the Crimson Rainbow Immortal Sect said coldly, I agree. We have 9 great Tao Masters here. If we work together, we can definitely destroy it easily. At that time, we will definitely make that bastard wish he was dead. The great Tao Realm Elder from the Dark Heart Sword Sect was the first to nod his head. Previously, he had suffered a great loss under the killing array. At this moment, his heart was filled with resentment and anger. He naturally agreed with the suggestion of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect Elder. All right. The 3 great Tao Realm Elders of the MOU Yuan Hall nodded. Instantly, the great Tao realm experts from the three great sects attacked at the same time. Tao light danced in the air as divine ability surged, causing the surrounding space to distort inch by inch. This also caused the hearts of the nearby cultivators to tremble as they involuntarily retreated. Break! All 9 of them roared at the same time, unleashing their respective divine abilities and secret techniques towards the killing runes hovering in the air above the cave. Instantly, the two collided and exploded with heavenly light. The eyes of the elder from the Dark Heart Sword sect, who had been chopped into pieces, were filled with anger and malice. He stared ahead, and his killing intent towards Lin Tian, who he had never seen before, was shockingly dense. In a moment, this old man will definitely let you, this bastard, have a taste. Boom! Above the cave, the immortal thunder-killing runes and eternal killing runes vibrated together, erupting with a terrifying killing aura. In an instant, they interrupted what the elder was about to say and directly crushed the divine abilities and secret techniques that the 9 of them had unleashed together. Then the immortal thunder-killing runes and eternal killing runes vibrated again, and the killing light rippled towards the 9 of them. All 9 of them turned pale with fright. They never expected that the divine ability and secret technique that the 9 of them had launched together would actually be crushed in an instant. Moreover, there was a dense wave of murderous light that pressed towards them from the opposite direction. Retreat! Someone couldn't help but shout. Immediately, the 9 of them retreated rapidly. However, the killing aura from the complete immortal thunder-killing runes and a corner of the eternal killing runes was not something that ordinary people could dodge. None of the 9 of them managed to dodge safely. All of them were swept by the killing light rippling over like ripples and shattered. Elder. The expressions of the disciples from the 3 great sects changed at the same time. At the same time, the group of cultivators in the distance felt even more chills in their hearts. They felt their scalps go numb from the might of the killing array above the cave. Damn it! The 9 great path cultivators who had been blown up were both shocked and furious. They used their spiritual souls to wrap around the remnants of their flesh and blood as they retreated. When they reassembled their physical bodies in the distance, they once again looked at the killing markings in the air above the cave. Fear and horror appeared in their eyes, especially the person from the Dark Heart Sword sect, whose physical body had been shattered at the beginning. He was the most shocked and furious. He had thought that the 9 great Tao powerhouses could easily shatter the killing array above the cave when they attacked together. He had not expected the outcome to be like this. The killing array here is far more terrifying than we imagined. According to the discussion of the surrounding cultivators, it seems to have been carved by the evil creature before it entered the cave. From this, it seems that the evil creature may be a very powerful array manipulator, said a great Tao realm elder from the Ink Feather Yuan Hall with a gloomy face. We may not be able to break the killing array here. We will guard the surroundings for the time being. When the evil creature walks out of the range of the killing array, we will work together to suppress it. Hearing that, the others nodded. When the time comes, don't give it any chance to carve the array. When it walks out of the range of the killing array, seal it with the lightning, said an elder from the Dark Heart Sword sect. Below the cave, Lin Tian cultivated silently. The golden light on the surface of his body became thicker and thicker, and the light of the great Tao became stronger and stronger. Very quickly, another 10 hours passed. At this time, the essence of the 6 source veins in this place was completely exhausted. Lin Tian opened his eyes again. For a moment, 2 golden rays of light flashed from his eyes before disappearing. Middle stage, 7th heaven. He muttered to himself with a slight smile on his face. After refining the 6 source veins here, his cultivation had directly advanced from the early stage 6th heaven to the middle stage 7th heaven in less than 2 days. This was a huge gain. Grandpa Crocodile has directly advanced by 2 small steps. Awesome. Whooshing crocodiles, howls sounded at the right time. It had advanced from the 4th heaven to the 6th heaven of the great Tao. The gain was equally amazing. Lin Tian glanced at it but said nothing. He walked out of the 6 withered source veins. Master. Little Yi Tong called out happily. Her big eyes blinked, but she didn't move. She still sat in the original position because Lin Tian told her not to move casually before cultivating. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. This little guy, except for calling him master, was quite obedient. He came to little Yi Tong's side and rubbed her head. Okay, you can move now. Let's go up. Oh, little Yi Tong immediately stood up, stretched out her 2 chubby little hands, and hugged Lin Tian's thigh again. I'm ready, master. You can fly up. Lin Tian blushed with shame. In fact, he could use his divine power to drag the little guy and fly. There was no need for the little guy to hug him. However, he didn't say anything and allowed the little guy to hug his thigh. His body slowly rose into the air, heading toward the cave ceiling. Whooshing Crocodile naturally followed beside him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 people and the crocodile passed through the spiritual fog at the edge of the cave and reappeared in the outside world. Immediately, all the cultivators here were shocked. They're out. Someone couldn't help but shout. At the same time, 9 shocking killing intents intertwined. The great Tao realm elders of the 3 great sects, the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Origin Hall, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect, all looked at Lin Tian. The killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. Elders, it's him. Yes, it's him who killed our holy son. Elders, kill him. At the same time, the other ordinary disciples of the 3 great sects who came over shouted. Their faces were filled with killing intent and anger. In the sky above the cave, Lin Tian glanced at these people who were shouting. Then he glanced at the 9 great Tao realm cultivators who had locked onto him with killing intent. Without thinking, he knew that these 9 people were the experts of the 3 great sections. They were invited by the ordinary disciples of the 3 great sects at the beginning. They were here because of the death of the holy son of their respective lineages. Previously, he had sensed that the killing formation outside the cave had been activated. Naturally, it was related to these 9 great Tao realm experts. Brat, they are here to seek revenge. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said. Lin Tian didn't pay attention to him. He destroyed the immortal thunder killing formation, eternal killing formation, and sealing formation here, and walked into the distance. He didn't care about these 9 people at all and didn't bother with them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. The 9 great Tao realm elders of the 3 great sects moved immediately. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Tian. Don't give him any chance to activate the formation. Seal the surroundings. Suppress him. The 9 of them didn't hesitate. They charged forward and attacked immediately. They all executed their great mystical abilities and directly sealed the surrounding space. Kill the beast from the demon race and that little bastard beside him. Leave him alive for now. The great Tao realm elder from the Dark Heart Sword sect, whose physical body had been shattered by the killing formation near the cave twice, stared at Lin Tian. The killing intent in his eyes was very terrifying. He was filled with anger, resentment, and viciousness. He killed the saints of our 3 great sects and used the killing formation to damage our physical bodies. We must skin him alive and refine his soul so that he can never reincarnate. As he spoke, this person was the first to make a move. He directly activated his great mystical ability and enveloped Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Yi Tong within it. At the same time, the other 8 people also made a move. Their gazes were cold, and their mystical abilities and secret techniques pressed down on the 2 people and the crocodile. Instantly, the surrounding space rumbled. The light of the 9 people's mystical abilities and secret techniques fell down like the Milky Way. 9 great Tao realm experts are attacking together. That person seems to have destroyed the killing formation near the cave by himself. Can this be blocked? It's too difficult. Although he is very powerful, right now, 9 great Tao realm experts are attacking together. This place caused the hearts of the cultivators to tremble. When 9 great Tao realm experts attacked together, the might was too terrifying. In the eyes of some ordinary cultivators, it was simply like a god was unleashing heavenly punishment. Boom! The space rumbled. The 9 people's mystical abilities and killing lights all landed in front of the 2 people and the crocodile, pressing down uniformly. Facing this, Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Golden divine light surged out, circling around his body and shaking gently. Instantly, chi-chi-chi sounds rang out. The mystical abilities and secret techniques of the 9 great Tao realm experts were all shattered. He was expressionless. His gaze landed on the elder of the Dark Heart Sword sect, who called Wuxing Crocodile a monster and Yi Tong a bastard child. He directly raised his hand and formed a huge golden palm imprint, slamming down like a huge hand that could split open the sky. The expression of the Dark Heart Sword sect's elder changed drastically. Facing the huge golden palm imprint that was pressing down, he felt as if the scythe of the Grim Reaper was slashing toward him. His back instantly turned cold, and his eyes were filled with horror. Stop! PFFF! Chapter 929. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The blood mist floated in the air, causing everyone's expression to change. Elder. The disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect were shocked. The other 2 elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect also had a drastic change in expression. That's a great Tao realm expert. He was actually killed with a single slap. How is this possible? Hee. In the distance, a group of itinerant cultivators stared at Lin Tian in shock. A great Tao realm expert was actually killed with a single strike. What kind of combat strength was this? I've never heard of such a person among the young experts of this generation. Someone's heart trembled. At this moment, the other 8 great Tao realm experts who surrounded Lin Tian were all trembling in fear. They didn't expect Lin Tian, who was standing in front of them, to be so powerful that he could kill a great Tao realm expert with a single slap. Who are you? Which lineage are you from? An elder-level expert from the Dark Heart Sword sect stared at Lin Tian. His voice was low as he clenched his fists. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. At the same time, there was also a strong killing intent. Lin Tian had killed their saint and his junior brother. Now, he had killed one of their great Tao realm elders. How could he not have killing intent towards Lin Tian? At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Tian apart. However, he was shocked by Lin Tian's powerful strength and didn't dare to step forward. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. Without saying anything, he directly raised his hand and slashed a beam of sword light at this person. With a clang, the sword light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of this person and pressed down like a sacred sword. Pooh! This elder of the Dark Heart Sword sect didn't even have time to dodge and was directly crushed into pieces. At the same time, the light of his spirit was also destroyed by this sword. His body and spirit were destroyed on the spot. For a moment, everyone's expression changed again. Another great Tao realm expert. Yet another strike, someone shuddered. The expressions of the other 7 great Tao realm experts who had surrounded Lin Tian completely changed. After having one of their great Tao realm experts killed by Lin Tian consecutively, the 7 of them were truly disappointed. You! The 7 of them couldn't help but retreat. Some of them had cold sweat on their foreheads, and the killing intent in their eyes had turned into fear. Lin Tian's gaze fell on these 7 people, his expression indifferent. Back then, when he was still in the sixth heaven of the Great Path, he was able to defeat the chaotic physique of the ninth heaven of the Great Path. Now his cultivation had improved again, from the sixth heaven of the Great Path to the middle of the seventh heaven of the Great Path. In this realm of the Great Path, no one was his match. Even if a cultivator who was half a step into the enlightened realm came, they would not be able to withstand more than a few moves from him. He did not take these people seriously at all. Moreover, when he came out of the cave, he already sensed that they were staring at him with killing intent. He also knew that they were from the three great sections. However, at that time, he didn't pay attention to them. As long as they didn't attack, he wouldn't care. Then, these few people had charged over, imprisoned the void, and wanted to kill him. Hence, he naturally wouldn't be merciful. He raised his right hand calmly, and there was a surge of golden divine light. 7 soaring heaven sword glows appeared and enveloped the 7 people at the same time. There wasn't any terrifying pressure, but the 7 people in front of him changed their expressions immediately. They could feel the threat of death at the first instant. An elder-level expert from MOU Yuan Hall spoke and said in a trembling voice, "Friend, please be merciful. Everything is good." Clang! The sword chime was ear-piercing, and it interrupted the person's words. 7 soaring heaven sword glows flew past at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the heads of the 7 people and pressed down mercilessly. Puff! 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 7 clouds of blood, mist exploded at the same time, dyeing the void red. The 7 people's divine souls couldn't even escape, and they were annihilated by the soaring heaven sword glows. In an instant, the entire place became deathly silent. Everyone was completely stunned, unable to utter a single word. 7 great virtue realm experts were killed by someone with a raise of his hand. It felt like he was cutting grass. In the distance, the ordinary disciples of the 3 great sects were all terrified, and they couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the ordinary disciples of the 3 great sections. Love, go, little, say, W. Chew. Instantly, the ordinary disciples of the 3 great sects trembled violently, and they couldn't help but retreat. At this moment, when they met Lin Tian's gaze, they felt as though they were being stared at by a devil. Their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. Lin Tian looked at the disciples of the 3 great sects and didn't say anything in the end. He retracted his gaze and walked away. He and Whooshing Crocodile had completely refined the 6 origin veins here. There was no need for them to stay. In the blink of an eye, he brought Little Yi Tong and Whooshing Crocodile far away and disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did the cultivators here let out a sigh of relief. Some of them wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. This person is simply too terrifying. 9 great Tao realm experts. To think that all of them were killed in the blink of an eye. What level of battle prowess is this? Is he in the enlightenment realm? He doesn't look like an old antique with a youthful appearance. He's just a young cultivator of this generation. But this kind of strength, even the divine sons and divine daughters of the top forces are far from comparable to him, right? The cultivators looked at Lin Tian's back as he left, their hearts palpitating. The disciples of Dark Heart Swordsmanship Sect, Ink Feather Yuan Hall, and Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect couldn't utter a single word. They stared at the direction where Lin Tian had left in fear, and they couldn't stop trembling. After leaving the cave, Lin Tian stepped on the void and quickly walked far away from the mountain. "Master, you're really amazing. You're like an immortal." Little Yi Tong hugged Lin Tian's thigh and blinked her big eyes. Her eyes were sparkling like stars. Lin Tian glanced at her and didn't say anything. Not long after, he descended from the void. Little Yi Tong immediately let go of Lin Tian's thigh and walked by herself, following beside Lin Tian like a porcelain doll. "Master, where are we going?" the little girl asked. "I'm sending you home." Lin Tian Dao. He walked forward and saw a few cultivators in front of him. He went up and politely asked about the cultivation family with the surname Yi in this heaven region. Soon he got the answer. There was only one cultivation family with the surname Yi in this heaven region. It was considered a fourth-level force in this heaven region. It was located in the north of this heaven region. The strongest person in the family was at the half-step enlightenment realm. Master, I want to follow you. I don't want to go home. Little Yi Tong looked up at Lin Tian. If you disappear, your parents will be worried. Lin Tiandao. The little girl quieted down immediately. Although she was young, because she wasn't the child of an ordinary family, she knew a lot of things. Naturally, she understood Lin Tian's words. I'll listen to Master, the little girl said crisply. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He rubbed the little girl's head and walked towards the Yi family in the north. At this time, he wasn't too far away from the Yi family, so he didn't fly. He just walked, looking at the forest and the white clouds. It was also a kind of meditation. Not long after, he walked into a small forest. The vegetation in the forest was dense, and the spiritual energy was not ordinary. There were many mountain fruits. Little Yi Tong stared at the surroundings, her big eyes shining brightly. She scampered off into the distance. Not long after, she ran back with a few mountain fruits in her hands. She passed them to Lin Tian. Master, have some fruits. Lin Tianwei smiled and didn't stand on ceremony. She took one and took a bite. It was slightly sweet in the mouth. It was just some ordinary fruit. Little Yi Tong was suddenly happy. She also grabbed one and ate it. The air in this small forest was very fresh. Lin Tian looked at the simple vegetation around him. His eyes were very calm. His breath was completely absorbed, as if he had turned into the most ordinary of mortals. He walked forward on foot. Master, the sun is strong here. Let's go this way. It's cooler here. Yi Tong followed beside. When she saw Lin Tian walk under the hot sun, she quickly pulled Lin Tian to a shady place. Lin Tian chuckled and let the little girl pull him to a shady place. Then he continued to walk forward. Master, are you tired? Let me massage your legs for you. Master, there are more fruits over there. I'll go pick a few more for you. They're very sweet. Master, are you thirsty? There's a mountain spring over there. Wait for me. I'll go get some water for you. Along the way, little Yi Tong followed beside him. Sometimes she would ask Lin Tian if he was tired. Sometimes she would pick some mountain fruits for Lin Tian. Sometimes she would use her chubby hands to hold the cool spring water in front of Lin Tian. Instead, her clothes were dirty, and there were some black marks on her chubby little face. But even so, the little girl's eyes were still very bright. Whooshing crocodile flapped its wings and followed beside them. At this time, it couldn't help but say to Lin Tian, Boy, why don't you accept him? You know a lot of ancient cultivation scriptures and secret techniques. It's not bad to find a disciple to inherit some of them. Moreover, this little brat has the yang eye and can be said to be an immortal seedling that is hard to find even in 10,000 years. With such a disciple, the ancient scriptures, divine abilities, and secret techniques that you pass down will definitely shine brightly on him in the future. Lin Tian paused for a moment when he heard the 5-element crocodile speak, and then he looked at little Yi Tong, who was by his side. In fact, he didn't want to accept a disciple just because whooshing crocodile's words moved him. It was more because little Yi Tong was very obedient. Little Yi Tong saw Lin Tian looking at her, and her little face suddenly became hopeful. Master, please accept me. I'll be very obedient. Lin Tian was silent. He looked at little Yi Tong, who was looking at him expectantly. After a while, he nodded. Okay. He revealed a faint smile and said to little Yi Tong. Along the way, the little girl was very lively, obedient, and well-behaved. She picked fruits for him for a while, and then pulled him to a shady place because she was afraid he would be exposed to the scorching sun. Then she asked him if he was tired and wanted to massage his legs. Then she went to fetch spring water for him to drink. He was more or less moved. Moreover, the little girl had the young eye. Her big eyes were bright and pure. Just as whooshing crocodiles said, she was a rare immortal seedling. It was really good to have such a disciple. Some of the great figures in the ancient times couldn't find one even if they wanted to. P.S. Today's second update will be around 8 p.m.